Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first ever episode of the Queen City Court podcast presented on the Queen City Circle channel. I'm your host, Jacob, and with me today is my co-host, Lilith. How are you today, Lilith?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to get in and talk about a lot. It's our first episode, so it's not like it's strictly this week or anything. But there's just a lot going on right now in the entertainment world.
There's a lot going on everywhere right now. We got
Uh,
lawsuits, new games, new movies, books, all of it.
Hollywood literally never sleeps. So there's always
I don't think the world
always
I don't think the world sleeps anymore.
no. No.
I mean, why sleep? The only reason to sleep is
It's
to
because
miss
it's
out.
so hot outside.
I agree,
The
yeah.
future watchers, we're in the middle of a heat wave. It's been what, like 95 plus
I was
for about a
actually
week now. I know it was like 81
105
today.
2 days ago. 105 heat
Yeah,
index.
it's it's been rough. We've been going through it.
It's been stupid rough. I have not enjoyed. I am the type of person that sitting there in air condition, I'd sweat up a storm. I'm that type of person. So in weather that's 105 degrees, whew,
Yeah,
I
I,
need,
I check out.
yeah, check
I
out
check.
mentally, physically. I need at least like six shirts on standby at all times.
Yeah, I've got my AC at like 58 right now.
Same.
I I can't. I'm not built for the heat. I'm just not.
It's fair.
And man, this
Fall is
this heat
my
wave
favorite season.
is rough. Oh yeah, dude, I can't wait for Halloween. It's gonna be great if I get to have one this year.
True, true. So, but today we have a bunch of topics actually that we've came up with to discuss. Um, Quite a wide variety, wide selection we have, and I would say one of the first ones. You want to start off on the Scarlett Johansson lawsuit against
Yeah.
the Disney
So
Corporation?
so I have an article pulled up here, by NBC, uh, NBC News, and I'm kind of just using that to fact check what I already knew. So basically, what had happened was Johansson signed the contract to do Black Widow, with her compensation mostly based off of box office sales.
Right.
So
Theatrical tickets, people that go
yeah,
to the theater buildings, nothing streamed.
so when Disney announced that they were going to release this on Disney Plus as well, um, Johansson reached out to try to get her lawyers and Disney lawyers to talk to renegotiate her contract, because obviously she wanted a cut of that because that was cannibalizing her ticket sales.
Do
And Disney,
do we know when she signed the first contract?
um, I haven't seen anything that like specifically says when, but it's possible that I just missed it. But I read somewhere, and I don't remember where, that it was like around Civil War when this was signed,
When
which makes sense to me because
Civil
that's
War
when I
was
first
being
started.
made?
Yeah. Sorry. Because that makes sense because that's around the time that I started hearing that this movie was coming. This movie was coming because it did take a long time to get out.
Yeah, it
But
did. It was delayed numerous times. Which tells us right off the bat that it was filmed, wrapped up, and ready to go, for years.
yeah,
And
I heard it went through like 4 directors.
did it. I did not hear that.
Yeah, because I know they had someone, and I apologize for not remembering the director's name. But she had like a wonderful script. She sent it into Disney and was all ready to go. But the way Disney films their movies is they basically do all of the action stuff in CGI and then give that to the scriptwriter and say, "Hey, we want this in the movie." Um, and you have to write your script kind of around those kinds of fights because they pick the villain, they pick all that. and then they tell the scriptwriter, "Hey, here, write this."
Right. They kind of give you like the main top like points, and then you're supposed to write a story
Yeah.
around all that involving
Yeah,
that.
they give you the stuff that they already know they want to bring into the connected universe, and you get to write around that.
Right. And spoiler warning for anybody who has not seen the Black Widow movie, we will be talking possibly about, you know, characters within the movie. So you've had
Yeah,
your warning.
I would go ahead and say
Spoiler
spoiler
warning for
warning
everything.
for the whole podcast.
Right.
Um, I, our main videos, maybe not, but the podcast definitely spoiler warnings.
Yeah.
We should probably throw that up at the beginning of all of them.
Just flat out. If you haven't
there's
seen anything we're talking about or haven't read it, just come back. Come back when you have, and then you can enjoy this with more in-depth feelings towards it.
yeah, for video watchers, we might be able to put timestamps down below. But yeah, they had a good director, and she loved her script. And
Do you know the director's name? The original?
they don't. I could try to find it.
Because I know Kate Shortland is listed as the director for Black Widow as of now, but like I said, I didn't know multiple directors had went through it.
Yeah, because there was one lady. I'm drawing such a blank on her name. But I remember hearing that she wrote the script, everybody loved it, but she couldn't fit in like the action pieces that Marvel wanted, and they couldn't come to an agreement, so she walked away from the project.
So her script was not lining up with their preset characters and sequences.
Yeah, it just wasn't going the way Disney wanted to with the whole MCU. But that's a hot take that I have on Marvel movies as a whole.
Yeah, that's a very interesting way to go about making a movie if you honestly think about it, because you've just sat there and you've thought, okay, at least I want to have a scene with 2 cars and a motorcycle chase and a tank.
Yeah.
And then make a story revolving that, you know, and it's kind of, then you get into the territory, well, does that make a movie? Or, because you're not really writing for, you know, characters, you're not writing for personalities and things like that. Sure, you can like pigeonhole it in there. And Marvel's, I'm nothing against Marvel, huge fan of Marvel, I think they do it pretty well, but you know, it's just very weird for me. Like, you know, I have A, B, and C to get to. Everything else just make up, you know.
But yeah, like that actually kind of highlights a problem. We're so off topic from the lawsuit, by the way. That actually highlights a topic that I really feel like I have a hot take. It's not too hot of a take, but it's a hot take. As much as I am a fan of comic book movies and superheroes and stuff like that in general, Marvel movies, while I love them, are cookie cutter, formulaic, junk food. They're junk food. Like compared to films.
Well,
you know what I mean?
When it comes to, I mean, Marvel, it's all comic book movies. You have a downtrodden character that needs to develop powers or get some type of ability, and then they have to learn that, and then they have to fight a bad. You can't, how much further on can you break away from that mold and really, because you're always going to kind of have that mold, you know, even for future movies, as long 20 plus years, you're going to have new characters introduced. And I would say, like, the exception of like a character like Spider-Man. When Spider-Man was introduced into the MCU, everybody and their grandmothers already knew the backstory to Spider-Man. They knew all the cuts. They knew Uncle Ben dies. You know, sorry if nobody knew that, but he does. He bites the bullet.
Sorry to the one person who doesn't know Uncle Ben.
But instead, they just, because it was such a well-known character, they didn't need to include any of that. But for their other characters, which the entire MCU has been built on like B, C, D list comic book characters, you're gonna need that still. So I don't know how far away from that formula you can branch off when it comes to superhero movies. I don't know if that's possible.
I mean,
And I don't think it's a detriment to them either. I don't think that
No,
determines whether or not they're just, oh, these are just for, people that like to turn off their brain and see big booms.
no, I don't think they're junk food in that sense where you just turn off your brain and you just mindlessly watch. Because I mean, there is good takes and there is things to take away from superhero movies, just like the comics. There's always a message being told, and even if that message is sometimes super small, like in a lot of the ones I read growing up, where it's like, hey, family and friends, that's important.
Always.
That's a good thing to have reinforced. I would never say it's not. But what I'm saying is like a lot of them are so cookie cutter that the only thing a lot of directors can really bring to the table is their visuals, like their eye as a director and some stuff in script writing. But the reason I say it's like junk food is because it's always the same four acts, right? Exception being the actual Avengers movies. But it's almost always the same four acts. And it's always a CGI boss battle at the very end versus someone who has the same powers as the superhero.
Well,
Especially if it's the first movie. Not always, but like especially if it's the first movie.
right.
But in the end, it's always a CGI boss battle.
Well, the CGI
Um,
doesn't take away from it whatsoever. Could you imagine a guy in a giant purple costume running around? I think that would take away more than just like if, a really good CGI.
I mean, I'm not trying to take away from the visual effects artists. They have a hard job and they do a wonderful job with what they can do. I know Marvel probably pays a couple millions of dollars to get that done, but
I
I'm saying would I like to see a Marvel movie where the end fight scene isn't a CGI boss battle? 100%. If they get to the end of a Marvel movie and it's just, John
John.
and he's just been he's
John.
been doing some evil stuff
He's
and
got
getting
a
away with it.
he's got a leather jacket on.
Kind of like
Nothing else, just denim jeans.
kind of
Looks
like what the
like bedhead.
Mandalorian was supposed to be in Iron Man 2, where it wasn't like a super powered guy, it was just an evil person, and then it turned out that it was Ben
Yeah,
Kingsley.
but that caused quite a bit of controversy. I wouldn't say over it not being a
Yeah.
CGI monster, but it being the reveal of that character. However, but
But
yeah, we
even
got
but even that movie, that point, it was just a CGI boss battle at the very end.
yeah,
Um,
true.
we got so distracted
They
from
yeah,
the
well, the
lawsuit.
point is, the
Uh,
point is Marvel movies. What it takes to make a Marvel movie leads up ultimately to the processes behind the camera, and the process behind the camera involving contracts and involving Scarlett Johansson and her monetary contract was completely.
yeah.
I think it was an estimate, and this is from BuzzFeed, an estimated $50 million.
Yeah, the movie grossed more than 60 million on Disney Plus according to NBC. Which I mean, I can see that.
$50 million is what she lost because it was put on Disney Plus. Yeah. And the movie, like you said, the movie made 60 million. Just that wasn't that was just premiere wise. That wasn't theatrical only, right? That was Disney Plus and theatrical earnings combined.
So what NBC is saying is it grossed more than 60 million on Disney Plus Premier Access in the first weekend.
Just Disney Plus
Uh,
alone.
yeah, that's just Disney Plus alone.
Wow.
Um, and Disney's response to Johansson's lawsuit is honestly laughable. They instantly started trying to flip it back on her, telling the press that there's no merit whatsoever to the filing. The lawsuit is especially sad and distressing as its callous disregard for the effects going on in the world right now. Uh,
I'm just really
and
confused
then,
why she would not. I don't know why she would not make any money whatsoever off of the Disney Plus. I didn't.
I mean, I don't know why,
Yeah.
because like Disney Plus, if we're right about the date, and we might not be, and it was signed way back then in Civil War, um, which is why we got sidetracked because of how much stuff has to go on before the movie is even made for Marvel because they're so formulaic. Um, then Disney I imagine Disney didn't sign, and I'm double checking this as I'm saying it. Disney didn't have Disney Plus released when Johansson signed the contract.
Well,
And if
I have here in BuzzFeed, it says, quote, in the legal complaint submitted on July 29th, Johansson's legal team claims that when the Black Widow actor signed the contract for her character's first standalone film, she was promised that it would be released exclusively in theaters. In a bid to maximize her compensation, which she and Marvel agreed upon, would be, quote, based largely on box office receipts. So her and Marvel got together and said, you know, you got paid to make the movie, like your general salary or whatever it costs for an actor to make a movie, I guess depending on their popularity and everything, but that they also get a cut from the box office themselves. And because they had the competition of Disney Plus and everybody wanting to stay home and not just be safe to stay home, but people that are just like, you know what, have you ever went to a movie theater and you just had that one asshole that was just sitting there like playing on their phone and really loud or getting up every 5 minutes, and you just paid at least $20, you know, to come sit here and be distracted by some random stranger you've never met. So people were probably just like, why bother when I can comfortably sit in my own home and watch it whenever I want? And the beauty about at-home streaming, which I think is massively taking on, is just the freedom to do it, but also you don't feel like you're in a crunch for your money. You know, if I want to pause it to go get a snack or something, I know I'm not going to have to run like Usain Bolt, so I can at least get all $20 worth out of my experience and not come back and be like, what just happened? You know, very important plot points and things like that, you know. But the fact that they would, due to knowing future on that they would be releasing it on Disney Plus same time as the theater, I wonder or not if they actually reached out to Scarlett and was like, hey, this seems like the best possible option for us to make our money back due to everything that's going on to the world, because it's not free to make movies, especially Marvel movies. They're huge amounts of money to make. And I'm surprised they weren't just like, you've been a long time member with us, very loyal, and you've always been there. So this is our new strategy. Let's have a sit down, your legal team, our legal team, and let's figure out if we can go about this. But I don't know if they reached out to her in the slightest, or they were just like, you know, let's just roll the dice on this one. And then, you know, it's better to ask forgiveness than to ask permission.
No, it
is apparently what Disney thought.
So, according to Wikipedia,
a absolutely solid source of any type of information.
I mean, for what I'm going for what I'm using it for, it's fine.
Right.
Lionsgate originally started developing a Black Widow film in 2004 with David Hayter attached.
David Hayter.
Yeah, co-writer for X-Men, X2, and Watchmen. He was attached to write and direct. The project did not move forward until the character's film rights had reverted to Marvel Studios in 2006. Johansson was cast in the role for several MCU films, beginning with Iron Man 2, and began discussing a solo film with Marvel. Work began on the film in late 2017, with Shortland hired in 2018.
This has been in the Hollywood pipeline for quite some time. But 2004, that was well before the MCU was even established. It was even even a thought.
Yeah, so Johansson started talking to them, according to Wikipedia, about the Solo film at least in 2010. Yeah, because it says shortly after filming Iron Man 2.
Also,
So
even
the
that's pretty early in the phase.
yeah, but what I'm getting at here is the latest that contract could have been signed is 2017 when work on this film started. So
And
they knew for a while
2017, no,
they
yeah,
had they
we
had the contract signed as far back as at least then, and they knew in the fine print that it said that she would only get box office sales, and it was an exclusive theatrical release. And the fact
right.
that they still went through with it is absolutely disgusting for Disney. Honestly, like there's
At
like
the
we get it.
time,
Johansson
at the
is rich.
time, I can see how it would. You can't blame Disney for creating this contract at the time. At the time it was created, 2017, our world was what you could deem semi-normal. You know, the world's never normal, but our daily routine of life was not disrupted by any outside facet compared to what it is today. That's why I'm wondering, when it was greatly affected and things did start changing drastically, that Disney did not even Disney. It doesn't even have to fall completely on Disney. Why did Scarlett and her agents or lawyers themselves reach out to contact Disney and the Marvel team over in Disney and go, hey, we can see, because even just average people like you and I, we're seeing over and over again all across the internet that Black Widow was getting pushed back time and time again, and that eventually they were going to release it on Disney Plus as well as theaters. If we knew that type of information, I don't find it hard to believe that anybody on Scarlett Johansson's council or team would not also see that and be like, okay, well, we have a contract that was written years ago, and this is clearly what Disney's doing. They're putting it all over the internet for everybody to see. Let's get a hold of them, give them at least a call or something, reach out and
Yeah.
go, what's your
So
plan? What's
I
your plan?
I had seen this previously, um, but the Wall Street Journal. This is where I read it. Uh, she already reached out. Her and her lawyers reached out to Marvel before the demonetization in 2019 about Black Widow to make sure it would have a theatrical only release. And theatrical only release according to the complaint. Her total salary for the project was based in large part on the box office performance of the film, and that's according to her own lawsuit. So she did reach out before, like once Disney Plus was even rolled out, she reached out and verified that it would be a theatrical only release, and they said yes as far back as soon back as 2019. That's only like a year and a half before the movie came out. So like Disney had plenty of time because they knew before Johansson did that they were going to release it on Disney Plus. I think the blame falls entirely on Disney. And even if Scarlett Johansson is rich, she still put in work for the film, for the franchise, and she deserves to get her money.
Right. I don't disagree with that in the slightest. You know, I mean, if you do a service, you know, you get compensated for the service, and if you're good at the service, never do it for free. And being somebody who has been one of the main actors that helped launch this conglomerate behemoth that has now become the MCU, I think it would only be fair and justifiable for her to be upset for a company that she's worked, you know, 20 plus years on, to be mistreated in this way. But as I'm seeing here on that BuzzFeed article, it states here, the complaint states alleging that the company, talking about Disney, quote, wanted to lure, end quote, viewers away from the theater and to its streaming service. Now, and another quote follows, where it could keep the revenues for itself and grow its subscriber base and substantially devalue Mrs. Johansson's agreement and thereby enrich itself. I'm pretty sure these are just quotes from her legal team. This is their presumption. But to lure their viewers away from theaters and its streaming service, they're almost making it sound like it was more Disney taking advantage of a crisis to get more money.
So
do we know that to be sure, or do we know that they were just playing the safe game?
If Disney wasn't Disney, I would 100% be willing to hear the argument that they just wanted to play it safe and, you know, didn't want people to run out and go to theaters right now. If it wasn't Disney, I would hear that and I would be like, okay, that makes sense. But it is Disney. And they standed to make more money. And once a company gets that big, that's what they're after. Like there's no way to
I wouldn't say that. If you're a company that's big, you've won, you've worked for it. You've put in the time, you've put in the effort, you've done the strategies, you've bought what you had, you've bought companies you needed to gain, you sold companies you had to, you played the game.
Well, no, I'm just saying,
like,
once you get that big, you want to get as much of that profit as you can.
But if they're already that big, then that means they have more to lose. I mean, look at all the licenses Disney has control over right now. So they want to make sure that even failure, because it is not guaranteed every single time that just because it says Marvel's insert name here, it's going to make a significant amount of money to compensate all the hard work from all the individuals that put in their time and effort and sacrifices to make that product. And it is solely a business standpoint. I mean, Disney is a business, but it's an entertainment business, but a business nonetheless.
So another reason why I'm just straight up not willing to give that argument any credibility, that they 100% cannibalize their own sales in theaters on purpose. If they actually cared about what they said in their press release, which is that Johansson was being selfish for wanting everybody to go out and do things during demonetization, where
they painted her out to be a just some rich person.
They painted her out
the cost of whatever safety measures it takes you go out to see my movie so I can make money.
And yet Disneyland is open
with safety precautions placed. I mean, they're not just nilly-willy.
I mean, it's still up to the theaters on what safety precautions they do.
I think yes, but it is the individual as well, you know.
Yeah, but like it's also like
whether you're willing to take a risk.
I mean, then yeah, but they still should have just ate that loss on the opening weekends. And then, you know, Johansson would have just had to accept that because there wasn't a breach of contract there. If they release it in theater only and it doesn't get so many views because people are afraid to go out during demonetization.
But then that's a loss of profits on Disney's part, which means that's less money.
But they still release it on Disney Plus and they still get those sales. When it comes to Disney Plus at first, they would only have had to wait like what, 2-3 weeks?
Well, that brings up an interesting topic to kind of segue into, which just came out here. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings is getting a theatrical release on September 3rd of 2021. However, I did read that Shang-Chi will not be premiering same time theatrically and same time streaming wise. And I'm assuming, I mean, it's pretty an educated assumption that they're doing this because of these lawsuits, because this lawsuit has now spawned several lawsuits. But now the new strategy is what they're doing, and the point you were talking about is Shang-Chi is coming to Disney Plus after just 45 days in theaters. So they're only going to put Shang-Chi in theaters for 45 days. I don't know if it's 45 days and it's out of the theaters, they're going to pull it out. But after at least 45 days in theatrical release only, then they'll put it on Disney Plus. Now, do you think that is a reasonable strategy?
100%. If the actor whose name I don't think I ever learned, starring in Shang-Chi,
I can look it up real quick.
well, if they are
Simi Liu is playing Shang-Chi. I hope I didn't butcher that, but Simi Liu.
well, as long as he has the same contract that Johansson had, then yeah, 100%. That's the way to do it. Because they know, these actors, they know what's going on in the world. They know what that means for ticket sales. And if that's part of their revenue,
So do the studios.
it's not to Disney to mess with what they promised the actors. And also, I talked to you about this about a week ago, off camera. But I've always felt like Disney has done Johansson dirty. I've always felt that way. I felt like she was not given any respect as an actress or a character by Disney. More specifically,
because of her blatant sexualization in Iron Man 2.
The definite over-sexualization, the lack of agency they ever gave her as a character, even in her own self-titled movie, she still isn't the character to have any actual agency.
You're talking the actor has no agency to put their input as a character.
The character of Black Widow had no agency, is what I'm saying. Like Black Widow's decisions
that they wrote the character to have no agency within the movies whatsoever.
Yes. That's been my problem with Black Widow.
Well, you can't.
Since the beginning.
I mean, if it wasn't for Black Widow, the first portal in the first Avengers movie would have never been closed. She was the one who placed the spear inside the device created by Dr. His name is escaping me right now, but pretty much she's the one that closed the portal. Now, when you talk about agency...
It's been so long since I've seen the first Avengers that I can't...
just admit it. You're not a fan. You're gonna sit here and you're gonna no.
Okay.
I can't even call myself a real fan if I can't even remember the doctor's name. But
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
the bearded guy from the Thor movie,
played by Skarsgård or Stellan Skarsgård, I think is his name. Yeah,
I don't know if the name's right, but I know who you're talking about. Maybe in After Effects we can throw up a picture of it.
But I don't see how's she not had agency. I mean, for one, if we're being honest, in Marvel's the Avengers Endgame, did she not have the complete agency to choose to sacrifice her own life for the betterment of the universe? I mean, so much to the point that
they gave that choice up to two equally unused characters. And
that's terrible.
And that it's true.
You say unused?
Unused characters. They have been complete side characters since they came into the franchise.
They are part of the original 6.
They are. And, all credit to them. I don't think either one of them are bad actors by any means. But I do think that they've had significantly smaller roles than they deserved.
Well, they're not well, I can't say that now because Black Widow in the films is dead, but Black Widow ended up getting an entire solo movie, and
And not
Hawkeye
gonna get the
is
show.
getting his own show. And so it's just, I guess
Look,
the question lies there: was it enough in the? Because you're going back, we can sit here and
we could
today,
go back and forth on this all.
well, not even that. It's today, the MCU is so established. It's so concrete and finite in rules, characters, and how that world works. But that took 20 years of films to be made in order to establish that. And as a company like Disney, seeing what was profitable and banking off of what they knew worked. People loved Iron Man. So who did you want to see all the time? Iron Man. People loved Captain America. So who did you want to see all the time? Captain America. And I'm not saying that there wasn't enough people that liked Black Widow or Hawkeye and everything. I mean, heck,
So I guess
myself, I wasn't a big fan of Hawkeye until like probably Civil War, when they finally threw some purple on him.
so I guess my
But it was something new. It was something brand new that had never happened in the film industry whatsoever. So it was getting created, similar to like what we're trying to do. We're just going at it, and we see what works, we see what doesn't work, and you learn from your mistakes. It's unfortunate that behind the scenes that this type of relationship break has happened, that they've treated one of their main founding members in a creation that we've never seen before, and it's come down to this.
So I guess my concession here would be, I would not be as upset if Black Widow had gotten the same kind of arc that the Hulk had, right? Because he had a lot of character growth and development through other people's movies. And I feel like
Fair.
Black Widow just did not get to change. She didn't get to have her own voice. She was there to be sexualized and eye candy most of the time. She got
Okay.
to do some cool things, yeah, and
Well,
they were good.
We're gonna
They're
hold
cool.
on. Okay, all right. I'm gonna stop you the sexuality part, the sexualized part.
Okay.
And this is not a slight on like, this is not in against anything where women are more sexualized than men. For Marvel movies, from what I have seen, what everybody else has seen, the sexualizing of the characters seems to be pretty even when it comes to the males. How many it's almost like if you made a drinking game out of it. How many times are they going to show a shot of a woman's cleavage, or a purposely shot like butt shot, angled, the camera's just angled perfectly for that, or their outfit just doesn't all the way zip up to their neck, like the zipper stops here, it's like something happened. But for the men, every single time, almost in every single movie, there is a shirtless, let's see how this man looks like a Greek god. Just fantastic.
There's nothing wrong with sexualizing characters, right? In my eyes, there's nothing wrong with it.
Well,
Like,
it's a fantasy,
have Thor run around shirtless? Absolutely. I'd pay extra.
Yeah.
But Thor also has agency and things to do inside of the plot, and he creates his own path as he walks it. He doesn't just go with everybody else and then they get there and he's hot.
But is that fault?
Do you see what I mean?
But you're blaming Disney for this. And
No,
when we state Disney,
is,
the company of Disney, you can't blame Disney for that. You have to blame the writers for each individual movie.
oh, I am. I'm saying I blame Disney as a whole for the writing of Black Widow. I'm not saying like this is another reason Johansson should be angry. I'm just saying I'm already biased to be on her side against Disney because I feel like they did her so wrong in the role of Black Widow over these last 10 years. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Just like as soon as I heard the news, I was already a little biased because I'm like, hey, Johansson, get your bag. You know, go get that money. You deserve it. You earned it, and then go on to star in some really high end films and make more money. You know, I'm at the end of the day, I'm excited to see what she's got going next, and I know no matter what, this lawsuit isn't going to break Disney. And if
No, it's
Johansson
not,
loses
but
this lawsuit, she's not going to be poor by any means. Um,
it's a
but
principle. It's a principle lawsuit.
I still think she 100% deserves to be paid. Disney 100% broke broke their own contract, and they should be held accountable for that.
I agree. I agree.
But
and apparently, this is not. This has affected Emma Stone with Cruella, and I want to say that this has also affected the new Jungle Cruise movie with Dwayne Johnson and Emily Blunt, and that it's actually branching off further lawsuits against it. So now Disney's, not saving face now. They're redoing their strategy, with Shang-Chi.
I mean, we'll have to see how it plays out. At the end of the day, like, the most we could do is go out of our way to purchase box office tickets and actually go see the movies in theaters.
Yeah.
Like, that's really all we could do. Because I don't want to say nobody, but it is highly unlikely.
But you have to think of people's safety.
Oh, yeah, 100%. But I was saying, like,
in
terms of, like, what fans could do to, like, show that they're not okay with what Disney's been doing, there's no way. There's 100% no way somebody's going to be able to orchestrate a boycott against the Marvel franchise. It's too big.
It's too big.
People are going to watch it anyway. So the most we can do is just hope a judge finds Disney accountable. But I would say now
I honestly don't even think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a backdoor deal, if we're being honest.
Oh, it's going to get settled outside of court.
Yeah, none of these will see a courtroom whatsoever. Disney's too large. They paid the lawyers $50 million. That's a lot of money. But to a company like Disney, what I would assume $50 million is literally buying a chocolate bar to them, what it would be equivalent to us. And I love the movies. I love what Disney has done. Without Disney, we would not live in this fantastic time of like cinematic universes and seeing these characters, be really meaningful and not just, oh, that was cool, but there's only 2 of them, it's now I can go back and the rewatchabilities on these is fantastic, but the way this will be a lesson for future employees of Disney, future actors, writers, directors, because they see if Disney is not willing to change to compensate the people that are willing to make their movies, you gotta, a relationship takes both sides, give and take. And with the quote, I did read a quote. It was, Bob or Disney's. One second. Disney's CEO, this is also from BuzzFeed, Disney's CEO has defended its movie release strategy weeks after Scarlett Johansson sued over the simultaneous release of Black Widow in theaters and on streaming services. Walt Disney CEO Bob Chapek has spoken out in defense of the company's decision to release certain films simultaneously in theaters and on streaming services. The new statement comes just weeks after Scarlett Johansson filed a lawsuit against Disney for the hybrid release of Black Widow, you know. However, and there was also a quote to BuzzFeed, I want to say, a source saying that they called out Johansson saying that she was being selfish due to the state of the world and blaming people for not risking their lives to go out there. So how they play it, really, it's just, if I was Disney, I would have, you know, I would say I'd at least understand where we had to come from. Our backs were against the wall.
Yeah. When I mentioned that Disneyland is still open. But you did mention that this is going to change things in the future for the employees of Disney. And
XDefiant. You've spoken it to me about it to me off camera, and you are a huge Tom Clancy fan, specifically Rainbow Six Siege, which I myself personally could not find a massive amount of entertainment in. It just wasn't the game for me. Nothing against people who are all for it and love it. I'm glad people are loving the stuff, but apparently Ubisoft is coming out with this new game, XDefiant, and I don't know a lot about it. I really don't. I thought, just from what I was reading, that it sounded to me, which I was corrected before we even started filming this, that it sounded to me like they were taking characters and mechanics from numerous Tom Clancy's game and weaving them into a competitive shooter or battle royale style game.
Yeah, I have a little bit to say about this, and I will talk about it in 1 second, because as you can see, I need to fix my lighting. Well, that's what happens when the sun goes down. You lose your natural lighting.
You lose your natural lighting, which is what is happening to me. But fortunately, my monitors are keeping a kind of a beautiful glow.
The only thing that kind of really dimmed for you was
the background.
Your horde of Funko Pops.
Don't hate. Don't hate now. Okay, people have their own passions. They have their own likes. I am obsessed with Funko Pops. So don't be jealous.
Yeah, I don't think jealous is the right word. Anyway, XDefiant. XDefiant. So as far as other characters coming in from other Tom Clancy's franchises, I don't know. From some of the
well, I'll just read off. I'll read off what gave me that idea. I'm on an article. This is Ubisoft, and it says Tom Clancy's XDefiant brings universes together in a competitive shooter. Tom Clancy's XDefiant is a free-to-play multiplayer competitive shooter coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, and Ubisoft Connect, Luna, and Stadia, with full cross-play available at launch. XDefiant brings together multiple Clancy franchises to form a roster of customizable characters known as Defiants for players to choose from. At launch, XDefiant will feature 4 factions: the Wolves from Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Echelon from Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, and the Outcast and Cleaners from Tom Clancy's The Division. Matches will take place across a variety of maps featuring 6v6 arena battles and objective-based game modes like Team Deathmatch, Domination, and Escort. So it's not so much a battle royale. But
It's okay. So I've seen some gameplay footage from the alpha. Um, Somebody that helped develop the game got some footage and was allowed to release it. Um, and it looks a lot like Overwatch, except I would play it. So it's got a much more like realistic
I'm right with you
shooter
there.
vibe. I could never get into Overwatch. Sorry to any Overwatch fans, but there's too much flying and stuff like that for me, and I'm a bit
I
of a
understand.
boomer when it comes to my first person shooters. Uh, but yeah, it's
First
kind of like
person
a
shooters to me are just I don't know if it's I'm getting older and I'm going more for like really story based video games and media, but first person shooters to me are like they're fun with friends. They definitely have a place in the gaming industry. I totally agree that they have a place, but for me personally, I kind of strayed away from them. They can't hold my interest for very long. I enjoy them, especially with friends, but by myself, no entertainment whatsoever. I'm gonna choose a story based game like Prey or Far Cry or anything Rockstar dumps that's not their multiplayer. That's definitely more my wheelhouse. I'm a very story driven person.
I got to disagree.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
constantly
You're
playing
you're
esport
dribbling.
FPSs,
Yeah. Yep.
uh, Siege, CS, Valorant.
Almost became uh didn't you get I can't think of the word right now for Rainbow Six Siege. Uh but you had like a
I
whole
was on,
team and everything, right? You were like really
yeah,
close to going professional.
not professional, but we were getting close to uh being more than a T3 team because we were stuck in T3, constantly losing. Um, in the pub games, trying to get some recognition on the ESL website. But then when they switched over to Face It, we were getting good enough that we could take on some of the um,
It was a
college teams.
huge part of your life though, for a long time. It was
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of
Esports
time you dedicated
esports
to it.
will always have a special place in my heart, and I don't see myself giving up on FPS games anytime soon. Maybe deep into my 30s, I might have to give it a break,
That's the age
and
where
not
everything
take.
just comes crashing down is deep into your 30s.
I mean, I
Just
figure I figure by the time
lose
I'm turning
interest.
40,
Your
maybe it's time to not
thumbs,
take it as seriously.
your wrists are going out, your fingers are going out, you got
But until
carpal
nah,
tunnel,
and
you're
until I have arthritis that's not letting me open my pill bottles in the morning, I think I'm gonna keep competing.
till I can't
Uh,
open my arthritis medication, I will get on there and I will, dominate.
yeah, I will pub stomp in any first person shooter that I can. But XDefiant is basically a more realistic, visually Overwatch. It looks fast paced like Call of Duty with low time to kill.
But
Um,
it's just it's just like
it's only
multiplayer
multiplayer.
though, and it's like
Um,
got like Call of Duty type matches, team deathmatch and things like that. So
got
it's
team deathmatch.
all no
It's got a
campaign.
lot of objective game modes, no campaign.
This is all online.
This is coming from like an esports centric kind of view for a game release, because I think there's going to be a pro scene for this game quite early.
You
I
think like
think
this is like was their entire purpose coming out with this so it could get into the esports field?
I personally think I think Ubisoft knows Siege is losing a lot of people, and I don't think XDefiance is going to bring those people over. I think I'm gonna go give it a shot. I don't
Why
know if it's
is
gonna.
why is Siege losing so many people?
So I don't know if this game is gonna pull me away from Counter Strike because I'm really loving Counter Strike right now. Um, but Siege has been going pretty steadily downhill for a while. Some of the changes they have been making just weren't enough. Uh, so it started off with them releasing too much too fast in the first couple years, and things were changing so often that the game was always fun, always fresh, but there was always something that was a little overpowered. at the very least, and then we got Lion, which was super overpowered. He was essentially wall hacks for your team. And that's not a meme.
People abusing.
Pro League abused Lion every match until he was banned. Teams would go and actually like have agreements like if you don't use Lion, we won't use Lion.
That's fair.
Until he got quarantined out of Pro League play. But then they eventually started working things. They balanced it and they had it just right. And things were really starting to look good.
And about what year is this all taking place?
So everything that I just talked about was about year 3. I think Operation Outbreak was in year 3.
Was like what 2018, 19? What are we talking about?
I'm looking it up.
Yeah, I did play. I played.
Yeah, Operation Outbreak was year 3, season 1, and it was released on April 4th in 2018.
Okay, so within the past like couple years, they're falling drastically.
Operation Outbreak is when things went really bad for the Too Much Too Fast.
The zombie mode, right?
Yeah, that's when I bought it for everybody, and I was like, "Hey, this zombie mode is really fun."
Saw that,
but then Lion also came in to pro play and started ruining things there. And then they slowed down. They pumped the brakes. They fixed Lion eventually. It took them a couple patches.
We will have to use side note entirely. I hate to sidetrack you, but we will have to address why the genre of zombies, of any type of zombie in numerous video games, seems to be like everybody's like go-to. You know, like the undead is coming, so you know what that means. It's gonna be a heck of fun.
One day I'm gonna have to do a bunch of research and figure out.
Definitely, that should be like a video essay we do about
100%
zombies, the zombie genre.
Why zombies are so popular in pop culture. Same with vampires. I have some theories about vampires, but
I wish there were more werewolves. Big fan of werewolves.
I never really got into werewolves.
Well, that's because
I was Team Edward.
You just okay, all right.
Anyway.
So was I.
So U3 season 1, Lion came out. He was broken. Shortly after that, they fixed him a couple patches later. I would say peak Rainbow Six Siege. Peak Rainbow Six Siege that isn't Classic Siege. Classic Siege, year 1, season 1 is essentially peak Siege, but post-patch peak Siege, I would say, is Operation Parabellum. I feel like that was the best balance, and I think that was year 4 season 1 or year 3 season 4. So it was like 2017, 2018. But then after Parabellum, some fairly normal updates for the game came out. But then they made a decision to only release 1 operator a season instead of 2 operators a season. So that was cutting your content in half.
Because then they made the decision that they were like coming to the conclusion that, hey, we know behind the scenes we're eventually just moving on from Rainbow Six Siege. Because
I don't know if they knew that they were going to end up moving on from Rainbow Six Siege.
I don't think they had a mentality that it was going to be something like Quake. You know,
I don't think they thought it was going to be huge when they first started, and then they just had to deal with it afterwards. But I also think they started. I don't want to say they started running out of ideas, but I think they started running out of ideas for operators.
Well, you can only have so many operators before there's like now 1 million people like descending upon a suburban household, and you're just like, dear Lord, I called the SWAT team, not the National Guard, you know.
Yeah. But also around the same time, they stopped releasing new maps, and it started becoming reworks of old maps. Even reworks of old maps no one asked to get reworked. Like for all you Siege heads out there, I know I personally miss the old Hereford base. Pavella recently got reworked, I think, in the last patch. House got reworked, and no one asked for that. And they just started releasing like minimal content, and the battle passes have just been uninspired lately. I think a majority of the community is just kind of fed up with the content that's getting pushed into the game. It's not what it used to be. I don't know how much of that is a side effect of the demonetization that happened
So what
over
makes
2020.
what do you think makes what do you think makes Ubisoft so confident in a game like XDefiant, where they're literally just taking components from previous games, and now they're just like, hey, you know how you always wanted to have that group fight this group? It's almost like I feel like XDefiant is what you could relate it, compare it to fan fiction. You know, fan fiction of anything. Like, I really wanted to see these two people fight, or how is that not going to get so dull so fast, you know? Because I'm
So I
sure
think
they're
kind of
not
one
going
of
to
the
have
things,
all their same abilities that they would have in their base games, because it would just be, depending on how the games were, it would be just either completely unfair or completely unbalanced, you know?
so right now, from what I've heard, there's the factions, but then inside of those factions, there's only like 5 classes. You've got your classic tank, your healer, your sniper,
Right.
stuff like that. And everybody picks a class, and like that's how they contribute to the team, is by doing what their class is supposed to do. But as far as like what I think Ubisoft will get out of X Defiance, I think it's less what they will get out of it and more they're releasing it free to play. And I assume there's not going to be a ton of maps on release. I assume there's not going to be, or I assume there's only going to be the 4 factions, and I assume there's only going to be the 5 classes. They're going to release the bare bones game because, like they did with Hyperscape, I think they're making it free to play, testing the water, seeing what they can get. If it gets positive reception, great. They're going to drop a battle pass the next week.
Oh, so
Start
you think
making some
like they're
passive
going to make it
income.
free, and then if people are interested, they're going to be like, now we can profit off it. Kind of like the
Yeah,
similar
exactly with
game
what they
plan
did with
like what
Hyperscape.
Fortnite or something like that, you know?
Yeah. It's exactly what they did with Hyperscape. They tried to push it. They tried to make it big. They tried to put interesting new features in it, and then it died like a couple weeks later, and Ubisoft just kind of let it go.
Well, I have a
Um,
very right in front of me. I have a very for you and you know maybe potential fans for this game and any type of Tom Clancy fans. A very disheartening headline from Screen Rant, stating that new XDefiant gameplay footage has left fans quite displeased. The new footage of free-to-play shooter Tom Clancy's XDefiant has failed to impress, with lots of gamers branding the gameplay as, quote, generic.
I don't think they're wrong when they called it generic because I watched some of the alpha footage, but here's the thing:
What?
the game is also still in beta. It's not out yet.
Well,
The game is releasing for a free public beta, and I think if we want it to be a good game, all we have to do is give feedback. Tell Ubisoft.
well, how much, quoting generic, how much now in 2021, with as many diverse games that are out there, especially when it comes to FPSs, what are you going to do? What possibly can be done that you cannot always call back to a previous game or you know media content that has already been established in order for a game like this to even you know be made? You know, they're essentially games like this, like FPSs, they're standing on the shoulders of the gaming companies, the writers, you know, all the workers that were inventing something new. But you can only go so far with a style. You can only go so far with an idea. I don't know
So
what it would take for gamers nowadays that have access to their fingertips to numerous titles to be like, man, this one stands out. This one stands. It's a first person shooter, but this is like the first person shooter that reinvented the wheel.
so to me, like I don't think we're ever gonna see another first person shooter that reinvents the wheel. I think the time has come and gone. I think FPS games, it's a mature genre. We've been through it. It's over. This is what games are like for it. What I think is happening now, especially with games like XDefiance, Splitgate, and Valorant, if you look at Valorant, Valorant is so clearly inspired by people from the CS:GO community, and it took some liberties. A lot of people say it's CS:GO crossed with Overwatch because of the abilities and the power ups and things like that in the game. I don't think they're wrong. I think that's an accurate representation if you're trying to boil it down to a quick synopsis. Um, and then you look at Splitgate, which is also just now releasing in beta. I think I texted you about it the other week and said you should
Split
download
the
Splitgate,
is that
the
an
Halo
FPS?
meets Portal. Yeah, it's basically Halo
I
crossed
have
with
not looked
Portal,
at it. Yeah, interesting.
and both of those extremely derivative. They both come with
Well, I mean, look
huge
at you just here
inspirations
right
from
now. You're
previous
you're
games.
using previous game titles to describe new games. Like
Exactly,
it's
and
Halo
that's
and it's Portal. Two games that like reinvented the wheel.
but that's
Themselves.
exactly what we're gonna pretty much be getting for who knows how long in the FPS community.
I
Because like it's been out for so long, it's such a mature
excuse me.
genre. Realistically, what else can they do for multiplayer FPSs? So all that really matters when if you're a game dev out there and you're making a first person shooter, I think the first thing that you have to do is make sure your game feels fun. Outside of that, it could literally just be another Call of Duty. If it feels fun, it will be the one that everyone flocks to. You
Well,
don't
that's
have to be
that's why
unique.
Call of Duty is so successful. It's the same.
It's been the same game
It's been
since
the same game since like the start.
2014.
Yeah, you know, it's I wouldn't say from the start, but yeah, you're right. 2014. And people still that franchise makes a killing in sales and profits. And people get it each year. I'm getting the new one. I'm getting the new Call of Duty and stuff. Um, but you boil it down, it's Call of Duty. But there's just enough of that fun aspect to it where you're like, it's keeping you interested. But then you have to determine how long is your fun factor going to keep your audience playing your game and not the new FPS that comes out. Fantasy world wise, like absolute, well, in 2021 it's becoming more of a reality actually. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie Gamer with Gerard Butler,
Yeah.
where for anybody who's never seen Gamer, the concept is there's a company out there, a gaming company, that you put on a virtual headset. You're in like a virtual space, and you play an FPS game in this virtual space. The twist to it is you're not playing computer generated characters. You're playing real life humans who have been placed on death row for crimes they've committed, which brought another element of like, oh, this is real, you know. But for our world, because I like to have at least some type of faith in people that it's not going to take real human beings on death row to be your character, but the virtual reality side to it. If it's more like Ready Player One, and you can feel
I was
things,
actually gonna lead into that. I was like, I have
yeah,
no idea why you're leading with a gamer that has no chance of being no
right,
chance.
right. But
Ready
like
Player
more
One,
Ready Player One, you put on a suit that you can feel everything in the game, and you're moving around physically yourself, and you've pretty much like immersed yourself into a virtual reality, every facet of you, and it feels real. That would be something today. It would take something like that to reinvent the wheel for
I think
FPS
I
games.
don't even think it would take that. I think all FPS games would need for a massive change would be a new game mode, right? Like look at battle royales. FPS games were stale the same way they are kind of now. And then someone thought, well, what if it's you versus 100 other people who are all versus each other too? And then boom, PUBG, Fortnite, Apex,
All of it.
Warzone.
Call of Duty.
Yeah. And like overnight, that whole genre exploded. And now it's not even FPS. It's just battle royale. So
Right.
someone's eventually going to create a mod or something, and it's going to be a whole new type of first person shooter. And that's really going to be the next leap forward. But like I said, I'm a bit
I'll tell you a game mode that
older.
really did leave an impact on me when it came to FPS games. That when we played it, it was you never got bored, and the tension was cranked to 11 the entire time. And it was Battlefield 1's that game mode where like the Zeppelins would come in and all, I can't remember the name of it. That game
Yeah,
mode.
I don't remember the name of the mode either, but yeah, I remember playing that. That was really fun. I thought you were going to
Oh my
say
goodness.
Infection, back from the Halo 3 days.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where like one person starts off as a zombie with an energy sword and they infect more and more people.
But FPS
Oh
is
man,
at
I
that
used
time.
to love that.
I did too. But FPS is at the time were still in their infancy around that time. They were not, I wasn't dried out by them. I wasn't like, oh, okay, you know, just kind of like how I'm becoming now, like where everything's now battle royale. And I'm just like, okay, that's cool, but I've played it 100 times. Man, I wish I remember the name of that game mode. Operations.
Yeah, that was it.
Operations. That
Yeah, no offense to any of the Zoomers in chat, but I could never, ever get into battle royales. I know that they're popular, and I know that they're like the new big thing.
I did have fun with Call of Duties.
I mean, it was okay.
It was all right. It got stale super fast, but it was fun.
I would rather play S&D.
I don't
If
know
I'm
what
playing
that
Call of
is.
Duty, I would search and destroy.
Search and destroy. Okay.
Yeah, if I'm playing Call of Duty, I'd rather play search and destroy. If I'm alone and just listening to music and not caring what I'm playing, I'll throw on some team deathmatch or free for all. But I mean, I don't really think I'm the one to talk because I don't play Call of Duty. I buy it most years just for the zombies, and then Warzone I bought because Modern Warfare was cool
Right.
back in the day. But
I think the aspect that really gets dry with battle royale games that I liked about Call of Duty is that they brought squads. You had squads, so you had to work together, whether it be your friends or like randoms you just got uploaded in with, but you had to work together. And I think that aspect to me, that the team play, the camaraderie, really made the fun factor last longer for me personally. And that's why, going back talking about operations, it was, you had squads, but you had multiple squads, and unless you all worked and were on the same page and like really actually cared for the complete stranger across the field from you who picked the medic or picked the guy with the ammo, how important their role was, and as a big cohesive unit determined whether or not, through your teamwork and effort and strategies, whether or not you won in operations. And that's what I loved about it. And I forgot I was just playing a Battlefield game, really. I felt like it was new, it was refreshing. This XDefiant, to me, I might have to go with just you. It sounds more of the same. It really does.
I mean, I'll be honest.
Just the fact that while you're doing is just now you're taking what, like, the concept of what Marvel does, like the MCU. You're now taking characters from games that have never been related, and you're You remember this person? Well, let's fight this person, you know? And that's not enough of a factor to be like, it's still a Call of Duty.
So I'll be honest. When it comes to me and XDefiant, it's free. I'm gonna check it out. There's a 100% chance I'm gonna check it out. And if it has the potential to deliver to me,
So you're saying the fact that it is free is what is
that's
a
reason enough for me to
huge
download.
determining factor.
Yeah, because like
Whether
let's
you'll
take
even
Valorant.
try it.
Let's take Valorant for example. I paid $30 for Counter-Strike Global Offensive back in the day. And then Valorant came out last year, the year before, and it was free. I downloaded Valorant and I had fun with it. If Riot would have came out after the beta and said, "Cool, this game is $30," I wouldn't have got it. But they came out and said, "Hey, it's a free game." I still play it. That's kind of how it works when it comes to XDefiance. Back in the day, I spent $80 on my copy of Overwatch.
But that doesn't make it fun. It's just, you know, it's no money out of your pocket.
No, it does make it fun because I mean, as a free game, I get all of the fun that I feel like I paid for. But if it was a $60 game, I don't think Valorant is fun enough to be a $60 game. Just like Overwatch to me was not $80 worth of fun. But will XDefiance be no dollars worth of fun? Maybe. Maybe not.
Right.
But it's free, so I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna try it. Because I want to see if someone with like my background with gaming is gonna get like the same kind of enjoyment out of that people who enjoyed Overwatch got out of Overwatch, where it's a team-based shooter, almost like a MOBA, but with more FPSs or with more FPS elements. Because that's what I'm excited for. I want to have a game like Overwatch for someone like me who doesn't like all of the flying and fantasy stuff.
Do you think that this strategy of free to play when it comes to new games will become a major factor in the future release of future video games for
I think any online
developers and, you know, studios to go, well, if they played it while it was free, maybe they'll be willing to pay money for it?
I think any game that isn't already in an established franchise that wants to break into the first-person shooter market, that wants to break into the online exclusivity market,
would have to be free to play.
It has to come out free to play.
Yeah. There's no way, because people are gonna buy what they know. They're gonna buy what they're familiar with.
That Call of Duty is even running past its limits. That's why Warzone was free. That's why Warzone stayed updated with Cold War.
But you still had to buy the base game.
Still had to buy the base game, yeah. But Warzone itself was free. And I think Call of Duty knows they're running out of time to get their gamers to pay $60, $70 a year.
I don't know. It's still a strong franchise.
Me personally, I think they're going to end up doing like a year pass system where you pay like so much money a month and you just get the new Call of Duty when it releases.
Then you're just, yeah, well, I mean, at the same time, you're still just like betting on your money. It's going to be a good content and stuff like that. But yeah, I could see that, because they're not even doing that anymore with multiplayer. They did that with Cold War. The zombies mode was all the new maps and everything that were coming out in the future plan were free for people to get. Which I
didn't know that.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's still like that, but I know like in the beginning that it was free, when in previous Call of Duties you had to buy map packs, and the map packs were not just exclusively zombies. The map packs included the multiplayer side, which I was like, I am way more interested in seeing the zombies aspect. I wish I didn't have to pay this amount of money for numerous maps that I know I'm never ever gonna touch. I did not like that aspect, but I did like how Cold War did it. So maybe you're buying it for the name, and in hopes they'll do modes that are free. But then you get into another situation, because if everybody was so enthralled and happy to play a free game mode like Call of Duty's Battle Royale, that just proves to the company that there is a market out there that they could put a price tag on.
See, I don't know, because I don't know. I know for me personally, I don't think I would pay for Warzone. I just don't think I would. I think
There
Warzone
would be some people out there.
Yeah, there would be some, but you know how much that would eat into their profits? Like,
plus you got to think of
I can only use myself as an example here. And I know I tend to be a bit of a whale when I play a game. Because when I get into a game,
what does that mean?
someone who spends a ton of money on virtual items.
Oh, okay.
Because I know when I get into a game, I tend to drop money on skins. I like my skin. I like my guns to look pretty. What can I say?
What can I say? I'm bougie.
I make poor financial decisions. You are welcome, Steam.
If my rifle is not hot pink with some glowing features, I don't feel like it's that good of a weapon.
I want an anime gun in every game. That's it.
An anime gun. With like anime skin on it.
Yeah.
So pretty much you want weeb guns all the time.
Yes.
But
essentially that's what I do in like any game that I get attached to for more than a week. I drop some money, buy some skins. It's how it goes. And the longer I play, the more money I spend, obviously. But I tend to overspend a lot on virtual currencies. So people like me, we wouldn't buy Warzone 2.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't have bought the first Warzone.
Yeah. Like, so I don't think there's too much of a market.
But we're not their market, though. Market.
Warzone only became popular because it was free. If it wasn't,
you can't say that, because if they did put a price tag on it,
because Apex,
there would have been people out there willing to try it, especially because they're banking on the familiarity of Call of Duty. So there will be individuals out there that are willing to shell out a couple extra bucks to try out Call of Duty's version of Battle Royale.
So I think Apex was so ahead of the game, and they had such a grasp on the Battle Royale community, that I don't think, if Warzone was not free, I do not think it would have gotten as popular. And I think that's the only reason Fortnite got popular.
So you think XDefiance is going to get super popular because it is free?
I don't think it's going to get popular because it's free. I think it's going to get played because it's free. And I think
if people have fun, then it'll grow in popularity.
If the devs did a good enough job at making sure the game is fun, not whether or not it's balanced, but if it's fun,
right?
I think then it'll get popular. Plus, it's coming from a big studio with big names behind it. I mean, this game is set up for easy success. All they have to do is not strike out. That's really all they have to do. But I know we also have some single player games or some co-op games that we want to talk about too.
Absolutely.
Jump right into
absolutely. Right before that, though, before we jump into the co-op, I just cannot hold it anymore. We'll just have to edit this part out. But yeah, speaking of other games though, and co-op games, Back 4 Blood, the new game from Turtle Rock Studios, who are well known and famous for doing a little known game called Left 4 Dead.
It's some of the creators from Left 4 Dead, originally made by Valve.
They're getting together and they are making not a sequel, but pretty much what we wanted, what we're probably going to get, because Valve never does anything in threes at all. Personally, I could fill a 8-hour podcast with how much time I spent in the Left 4 Dead franchises, both Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2. And Zoe, woo, my favorite character. She was awesome. She was a badass. Loved her to death, constantly played her, would almost get into verbal fights with people who tried to pick Zoe before I did. And I was like, if I'm not Zoe, then I am not playing. It's just, that's it.
That's the rules.
Those are the rules. But I'm excited for this. I've read some articles on it. Some good, some not so good. I do have one. I do have one here for Back 4 Blood from the Spokesman Review. It says, Back 4 Blood beta is polished, but lacks that special something. Shortly following its announcement in December, cooperative zombie shooter Back 4 Blood held a closed alpha to gather feedback from gamers. The individual was fortunate enough to be among those players, and his opinion was decidedly negative. After a few more months in the oven, a quick closed beta ran from August 5th to 9th, and came away impressed by Turtle Rock Studios' progress, but was still somewhat dissatisfied with the overall package. Make no mistake, Back 4 Blood is a competent game, but in adopting so many modern first-person shooter mechanics, which we've talked about, it has lost the flair that makes Left 4 Dead unique to this day. Back 4 Blood presents players with a constant trickle of zombies, hampering progress, punctuated by intermittent hordes. I love Left 4 Dead. And yeah, I know what this is. It's literally, it's Left 4 Dead. Let's call it what it is. It's Left 4 Dead. But like you said, is that fun factor going to be there? Is it going to keep me coming back? Is it going to keep me wanting to play further on? Is it wanting me to do new maps and things like that? And one thing I really did find unique about Left 4 Dead was it wasn't just hordes of zombies over and over and over again. The real unique thing that they introduced was the special zombies. You know, the lickers, the smokers, the tanks, the stupid jockeys. Oh, I hated jockeys. Hated them to death. But it was already intense. You were already on edge because any minute 400 zombies could turn the corner, and all that ammo and everything, all the pipe bombs and adrenalines and things like that you just gathered for the game could just be gone like that. But when in the horde of like 20 or 30 zombies, boom, you're ripped out of it and you're taken away from your team and you're dragged through the dirt and under all the feet of the zombies around you, and then you just get hung up in the air and you're like, oh my goodness, what is going on? And you're taking damage and you can't break free, and a smoker got you, and you're just like, oh crap. And the fact that they made it sound for that game was a character, man. It was its own thing. Every single time you heard crying in the distance, you immediately knew what it was. Oh my goodness, a witch is around the corner, and that could be life or death for you. But all the unique sounds that the unique zombies made was fantastic, and I hope sound in this game, I've not played it at all, but I hope sound in this game is extremely important and extremely integral and a character of its own. I'm genuinely excited to play this. I wouldn't be excited to play it with a bunch of randoms at first, I would like to, us to get together and play and stuff, but I'm hyped. I am hyped for it, and I don't like to get hyped for things anymore these days because my expectations sometimes are higher than the product that comes out, and that definitely is, probably a fault of my own. But once you've been hurt like I have, and many others, by games like Cyberpunk, you're weary.
I don't want to talk about Cyberpunk. That'll
Right.
be.
It's a bad relationship.
We'll be up all night.
It's a bad relationship.
I would like to point out, at the time of recording, Back for Blood is in open beta on all platforms. I'm actually going to play it later tonight.
Is it cross-platform?
So I have no. I don't know if it's cross-platform.
I don't either.
I'm downloading it on Steam right now.
Oh wow.
So, so I have no firsthand experience with it. But I have watched some videos and I have talked to some of my friends who played the closed beta because they already paid for the game. The friends that I have that played it said that it was hard.
Hard.
Yes.
Difficulty wise?
She said that it was considerably harder than Left 4 Dead. And she said that the difficulty on from one difficulty to the next is a big jump. So she said one down and it was too easy and we just walked through it. But one higher and I couldn't catch my breath.
Wow. I mean, that's how it was for Left 4 Dead, but it's like max difficulty. Survival, I think, is what it was called. So this seems like something like right up your alley. You like that push. You like that adrenaline.
I do like video games that are hard. Shout out Dark Souls.
Shout out anything
but
id Software.
From Software, yeah. I don't know. I'm looking, so I keep looking over my other monitor because I have some concept art, or not concept art, but I have some artwork done by the Back 4 Blood team. It's the one where the survivors are standing and they're making a fort and the zombies are closing in on them. And I see some of the special zombies there. I've seen some of the fights with the ogres and they look cool. I love all the blood effects. It's very gritty, very dirty game. But in the videos I watched, I did see some bugs. I hope they're patched now by the time I play the open beta.
Right. Which comes out when?
It came out 2 days ago.
Oh, okay.
So
how long is it?
The open beta is until Monday.
So
it's Saturday right now, but until Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, unrelated to the podcast, Jacob, you should download that.
Definitely going to have to.
But as far as like Left 4 Dead, not Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood, I don't have any firsthand impressions. I hope it's good because I like most other people who play video games, love a good zombie game. I've been so hyped for this game that I downloaded all of my old Call of Duties that I had just to play through zombies to kind of like get back into it. Yeah. Not Left 4 Dead, because Left 4 Dead to me, the community's kind of gone, at least for me. I know
it totally is. There's nobody that plays it anymore.
Still queue for it. I know if I like look online, I can find people all the time. And back in the day, I used to mod it.
Did you really
walk around as the cast of Futurama? And I had a good time, but that actually brings me to the one thing that I have seen about Back 4 Blood that I'm not super stoked about. I was hoping with this team that it was going to like retain the simplicity of Left 4 Dead, where like how in CS:GO and Valorant, there's no aiming down the sights. You just have your gun and you shoot it.
Right. Is there
and in this game it looks more like it looks more like Call of Duty-ish with how you like aim down the sights and everything. And I don't know how I feel about that. I'm definitely gonna have to play it, like see it in practice before I can make an opinion on it.
I know
But
there
I
will be
don't
some people that
super
will be
love it.
pleased about that.
Yeah, I don't super love it. I get that it's more modern, but like I mean, one, I still play Counter-Strike and I still play Valorant. Like I'm used to games that don't let you aim down the sights or where it's not the thing you do. Uh but at the same time, like there's just something about the simplicity of it where it's like it's one less thing to worry about, you know?
Or it's one
Uh
more thing to worry about. Aiming down the sides
yeah,
could be a determining factor whether or not you get the shot that you need to save yourself or save your teammates or things like that. I don't know.
I will
It's
say.
interesting like that. I mean, take the Resident Evil games, for example. Resident Evil all the way up to I want to say Resident Evil 5. They did fixed camera angles.
Mm-mm.
Um,
Resident Evil 4 had free cam.
did it? Okay, yeah. Um,
And I think one of the others, but I just can't think of the name of it.
but then when they came out with the remasters, the like Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3 remasters, the free flowing cam, man, I thought, so many people were in an uproar. So many fans of the original franchises were in an uproar, and I loved it. I loved every bit about it. I felt playing so many modern games and having that type of freedom and control in a video game ingrained into my mind, and then just being thrown back into an older style of gaming in 2020 and 2021 and all that. It's just like it was so refreshing. It really was. So I'm
Yeah, I
open
agree. Those were fantastic. No, I'm
open
definitely
yeah.
not saying that
I don't think that's
modernizing
going to
these
make it or
games.
break it.
I don't think it's inherently a bad choice. I just don't know how it's going to feel with the style of gameplay that Left 4 Dead had.
Right.
Um, Granted, Back for Blood might feel entirely different, and it might feel right at home there. And it might just be an adjustment period since I'm, I'm getting old, and so the games that came out before this were what 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh
Uh,
Absolutely, but I think that's also
so
showing of the times too. People they're trying to appease all audiences. They know there's people out there that like grew up on Left 4 Dead and its mechanics and everything that are gonna see this, that are still gamers, that are gonna see it and be like, "Wow, you've got me hooked already just in that concept." But then there's gonna be the uh, newer gamers that are more familiar with modern games and their mechanics and going to be like, oh, this is cool, this is new to me, this is going to be their Left 4 Deads, while we had it,
so
and things
to
like that.
me, the only thing I can hope for from this game is that we, as you and me and friends, are sorry. Wow, didn't know that was going to happen. Are going to be able to have the same fun with this game that I had with friends playing back in the original Left 4 Dead. And if being in the modern era means this game is going to get consistent updates, consistent DLC,
Yeah.
consistent patches to make sure that cheaters don't join your lobbies, even though that's not as much of a big deal in co-op games.
Right.
Uh, just to make sure that this game has a long, healthy life, then I'm all for it. The only thing that matters to me on selling me this game is that if it's fun to play with friends.
Absolutely, that it's
And if
that
they
fun
nail
factor.
that, if they nail the mixture of actual like not terror, but the panic when you're low on ammo and there's still a small horde coming towards you and your group,
And a
and one
long way
person's got
before
a
you're at the safe room. Yeah.
yeah, and one person's got to stick around and stick up and kind of help the team in that tense situation. But then once you're out of the tense situation, everybody's back to just joking around. then I'll know that they've made a great game.
Yeah, yeah. The
'Cause
camaraderie.
it's such a formula. I'm kind of upset that nobody else has done it. Uh, I mean, I don't know what kind of patents were in the way for making Left 4 Dead ripoffs up until now. I know I'm excited to play it. That's really the most I have, because I've tried to stay as minimalistic with my uh information that I've gathered about Back for Blood until I played it. I wanted to get a real first hands look at it. Uh,
Yeah,
but I
definitely,
do
definitely
know
is something
that from
I'm
what I've seen.
willing to get on and try. It's garnered enough interest to me that I'm like, okay, you sold me. Now keep me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Keep me coming back.
Yeah, 100%. I just know that from the videos I've watched, the absolute gore that your characters get covered in is intense, man.
Is it?
It's so intense. Yeah. Yeah. And the graphics, from what I could tell from YouTube videos, and we know how YouTube compression is, but they still look pretty. So hopefully it runs good on my old rig. Uh, but that's really all I have for Back for Blood. I don't know if you have more you want to talk about there.
Just I'm excited to try it, and once we do try it, I would say we'll definitely come back to it on this channel, and either do a review on it or just mention it even further. I can easily see us doing a review on it. I don't know how much longer they have until they want to do a full, like the full widespread release. How much they're going to learn from this open beta. Do they have a definitive release date?
They did last time I looked on Steam. Let me pull it up here quick.
I'm already excited.
It's on my wish list because I know I want to get it, even if the open beta sucks. Coming October 12th.
Oh, that's pretty soon.
So official release is October 12th. Yeah,
okay,
not too far away. 8 weeks.
That's just enough time for them to put in some more polish.
Yeah.
But overall,
God, it looks good.
if you're Left 4 Dead fan out there, of either one of them, I know some people didn't like the sequel. I don't know why, because I thought the sequel brought a lot more mechanics and opportunities and challenges that I thoroughly enjoyed. And how could you not love Ellis? He was hilarious. Loved him to death. But definitely something I'm going to get my hands on firsthand and try it out, and then come back and then let people know our thoughts. But
and if you're listening to this from the past, leave a comment. Tell us how the game was.
Yeah, leave 20 years down the line what you thought for Back 4 Blood. If it failed,
no. If you're listening to this in the past, if you listened to this yesterday, then definitely comment below and tell us what the game is like. But if you listen to it tomorrow, I don't want the comment. You can keep it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. That makes that's about as confusing as Avengers Endgame time travel.
I put as much thought into that sentence as season 8 of Game of Thrones. So
we're just not even going to touch that. Instead of even touching that little stone you just dropped, we're going to talk about Crowsworn.
We're going to talk about what?
Crowsworn.
Oh, my audio cut out. Oh, technical difficulties.
I still hear you.
Okay, I was having audio difficulties, but I fixed them. Crowsworn. Yeah. So I know I wanted to introduce this. Video watchers, you've seen my monitor off to the side here. I don't know if you can see the pictures too well. Doesn't look like you can. But if you are a fan of a little game called Hollow Knight, which Jacob knows I was obsessed with.
Absolutely.
When I found out about it.
More so than Siege.
Yeah. I played Hollow Knight on my PC. I beat it. I beat Steel Soul. I didn't for okay, so spoilers for obviously Hollow Knight. I never got to finish the Absolute Radiance ending, and I am too much of a pleb to do the Pantheon all the way to the end. Once again, because I cannot beat Absolute Radiance. Uh, so with that being said,
I don't know. I never played
Hollow
Hollow
Knight.
Knight. I don't know anything you're talking about.
Hollow
Um,
Knight was a fantastic Metroidvania, Dark Souls meets Castlevania type game, and I loved it. It had the most beautiful art style.
it was.
It
Is it
had
like
a
hard? It was
wonderful
hard like
world.
Dark Souls.
It wasn't hard like Dark Souls. It was just it had if you took Dark Souls and made it 2D, that's what the combat felt like. You know?
Very like you either
Very
get it right or you're
timing.
dead. Right.
No. Like more so that it's based on timing. When you're in your boss battles, you have to have the right memorization. When you're out just exploring and you come across those enemies, then it still comes down to timing because they absolutely can mess you up and send you back to your last bench. Um, but for those of you that played Hollow Knight and enjoyed Hollow Knight, you should also know about the upcoming game Silk Song. Who, again, at the time of this recording, it is August 14th. Still no update from Team Cherry on Silk Song. I'm starting to personally believe that the game doesn't exist and we'll never see it.
What is
And it
what
was
is Silk
why
Song?
Silk Song is supposed to be the sequel to Hollow Knight, where you play as Hornet, who was one of the characters in Hollow Knight.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I could go on easily a 5-hour long tangent about the lore of Hollow Knight, but I will spare you most of it and just say that Hornet in lore is an important character, kind of in gameplay. She was a boss twice, and then she ends up helping you along on your journey. So, with that kind of like a background, I would love to tell you about a small game called Crowsworn.
Right.
Last I looked, it was still on Kickstarter or Indiegogo, one of the and
What is the
people
plot
have
and concept of Crowsworn? I've never heard of it until you brought it up.
of Crowsworn.
Yeah,
So,
explain to
as far
anybody
as
who's never
what
heard of it and to me what Crowsworn is.
so as far as the plot, I have no idea. I could not discern anything from the trailer as far as plot goes. Um, what I do know about the game is it has been massively funded on Kickstarter. Uh,
So you're basing
and it like
most of your
just
hype on
the
gameplay?
concept. Yes, I'm basing all of my hype on the gameplay.
Okay. All right,
So
fair.
it looks if Hollow Knight was to Dark Souls, Crowsworn looks to Bloodborne. Especially with the like art style. It has a similar art style to Hollow Knight. But like just by looking at like the uh concept art of the main character that you play as, and the picture I'm looking at, he's got like this giant two-handed scythe and he's mowing down some like zombie looking things. And I know you have a like a revolver or a pistol of some sort in the game, and you can use that for mobility too.
It
So this
almost
looks like
looks
the faster paced brother of Hollow Knight.
it the character to me looks very akin to the main character in Bloodborne.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Um, what I will say is the thing that actually has me super hyped about this game is not even that it looks like a spiritual successor to Hollow Knight almost. Oh, the devs have come out and said that they were heavily inspired by Hollow Knight, so that's good. But to me, what actually caught
But
my eye,
nobody from Hollow Knight has worked on this game.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
What actually caught my eye was the art style. The art style is similar to Hollow Knight, and there's no doubting it. But that is not a bad thing. Hollow Knight, to me, is one of the prettiest Metroidvanias I have played. I know that there are others that have more particle effects, but Hollow Knight has just a simple, gothic, serene beauty to it that I hope this game captures as well. Especially when it comes to sound design. I don't know. I think this is the first game from the studio. I'm not sure. But with what you were saying just a moment ago, one of the designers for Hollow Knight actually saw this game, um, and has gone over since to help them finish the production of Crowswarm.
Really? Okay.
So there actually is now a developer from Hollow Knight working on the project.
So the developer and publisher for Crowswarm is Mongoose Rodeo. Is the name.
And Hollow Knight is Team Cherry, and Team Cherry fully endorses this game. They've made comments on the comparisons and said, yeah, it's definitely inspired by Hollow Knight. But knowing that they're also happy to see this game be released, I am so excited to play it. I don't think there can be enough Metroidvanias. I know we were talking earlier about how I love my competitive shooters, and I'm always in the pubs going around and trying to be top of the leaderboard. But when I'm not, I'm playing a Metroidvania 9 times out of 10.
So this is
And
these style of games are your kind of like break from FPSs.
Yeah. This is like my second favorite genre.
Gotcha.
Is Metroidvanias. And Hollow Knight was just so good that I'm excited for any game that's inspired by it. Because if it's bad, then it's okay. You know? Because even a bad clone of Hollow Knight would still be an okay game. But I also feel like just with just Hollow Knight's gameplay was that good. As long as they keep the controls tight and the movement fluid in Crowsworn, I think it's going to be an absolute success.
Is there
success.
A storyline to these games? You know, like Hollow Knight. Did Hollow Knight have a storyline, or is it like Dark Souls, where like the storyline is something you have to physically research yourself?
So there was a little bit of a story to Hollow Knight, but it was mostly
Gameplay.
You have to go out of your way.
Gotcha.
You have to go out of your way to look for the story. I don't know how Crowsworn will handle it. I personally hope it'll do it the same way, as I'm a huge fan of Dark Souls as well. And I like those style of games. But you know, if it feeds me the story, it feeds me the story. The gameplay looks smooth. I can't wait to get my hands on it and see if it's as responsive as it looks. That's really all I have. Is I'm just so hyped for this game.
It looks like this is their only game.
Yeah, I do think this is their first.
Their first. How much money have they made on Kickstarter? Do you know?
I can pull it up. Give me just 1 second. I know that they passed like almost all of the goals
that they had set.
Yeah. If I go to their Kickstarter page.
Does it have an official release date?
I do believe it was listed on their Kickstarter, and I have already forgotten.
So this is straight from Google. Crowsworn is tentatively targeting release in late 2023, although the team hopes to finish it before then. So you got a good bit. You get two years at least. 2 years. Well, this year's almost over. So
yeah. So let's take a look at. I'm just going to take a look at this Kickstarter page and read you off some of the things here. Right after I take a drink. Oh my god. So right now, the current total backing is 1.2 million Canadian dollars. Their original goal was 125,000.
1.2,
and that is out of That is out of 19,695 backers. That is 1.2 million Canada dollars.
And that, us being citizens
I
of the
do not
U.S., that
know.
is $959,064.12 in United States dollars. $959,064.12. Wow.
So
And
I'm looking at
they
their
got
Kickstarter
that
and their
in what
goals.
amount of time?
Uh, I don't know. By the time I found out about this game, it had already smashed through all of the goals. So I'm gonna read you some of these goals real quick.
Okay.
125,000 is Crowshorn is funded. It just says thank you for believing in our project. At $200,000,
Mhm.
it's a boss rush mode gets added to the game.
Boss
At
rush
270,
mode.
a boss rush mode, yeah,
Okay.
where you just fight bosses back to back to back.
Okay.
At $275, it will have a balanced hardcore mode for players seeking extra challenges.
Gotcha.
At $325,000, you can enter into the arena of the undead and fight hordes of enemies and bosses in high-intensity arena combat. And $375, it gets voice acted, English only.
English only. Okay.
$500,000 Crow Cart. Additional funding will allow us to add features that may not otherwise be possible. At the $20 tier and above, we'll be getting
Excuse me.
access to the Crow Kit. It's a dev version of the game.
Gotcha.
At $600,000, Giant's Graveyard Starling Reward Tier Bonus Gun Plush at a $275 tier or above. $750, you get the Ruined Library in game, and they're going to release a steelbook case.
Nice. Great for collectors.
$850,000, Isles of the Vladar is now free DLC. At $1 million, they now have animated cinematic cutscenes. And at
Goodness.
$1.2 million, they got alternate ending quest lines.
So they've
They've
pretty
made
much
so much money that it now says at $1.2 million plus, I don't know, we'll just make the game even better.
right. I mean,
Everything
this
above the
almost sounds like
1.2
they're
million
adding
will be
everything
free.
you would get in a AAA game from an indie developer.
Honestly, I am so excited.
And the fact
I'm
that
just
they're getting assistance from
they're getting assistance from the
Hollow Knight,
same developers
which
that inspired them to make this game, and that's insane. I've
right.
never seen another company reach out and help what in another genre would be very clearly seen as competition.
Well, it's good to know. It's good to know that in times where you have terrible things going on, like in Activision and Blizzard, at the same time you got great things going on, like you do with Mongoose Rodeo and the developers of Hollow Knight. So
Yeah, I'm excited to see where this goes. I hope Mongoose Rodeo has an easy time developing it. I hope they don't run into any issues. Um, I want them to have fun and make the game they want to make. And once they release it, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it so much. But you know where I'm gonna play it at?
at your home, I would assume.
No, I'm gonna play it on a Steam Deck.
Ah, a Steam Deck, you say?
A Steam Deck. I'm good at segues.
This should just be a
Yeah.
podcast of best segues.
Yeah, that's the new title. Just it's not even called Queen City Circle. It's just Queen City Segways.
Queen City Segways. Steam Deck, the Valve's new handheld
Yeah, their
gaming
new handheld
platform.
PC their response to the Nintendo Switch,
Yeah,
their
they
response
definitely
to a
was.
couple of other third party. There's been some stuff like this out in the past that didn't really take off. I think it's mostly because they didn't have the backing that Valve has to kind of put this much money
Well,
into a product.
let's be honest.
Because Valve is selling every single one of these at a loss.
The Game Boy walked, so the Steam Deck could run. You know,
Yeah.
thank
100%.
goodness for Game Boy, for handheld gaming consoles that you could just immerse yourself in a tiny screen that big. Some kids today will be like, what is a Game Boy? And sometimes that frightens me how old I am.
Have you looked at anything on the Steam Deck yet?
Only what we've kind of discussed in our Discord chats. Other than that,
okay,
what I saw from it, I was just like, oh, another Nintendo Switch. And I just moved on.
I don't blame you. Like for me personally, like the thing that's kind of got me hyped for it. I haven't pre-ordered it yet. I don't like to pre-order anything. Just out of habit. I've been burned by pre-orders before, so I don't do it anymore. So even hardware, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see the reviews, and I'm gonna find out what it's like before I pick up mine. But just knowing that the second I turn that, I don't want to say console because it's literally not a console. It's just a portable PC. So the second I turn the Steam Deck on and sign into my account,
that is a bold
all of my
statement.
games are already there.
That's a bold statement coming from somebody who is hardcore PC. You're telling me that this thing is that powerful?
I'm telling you that from what I've seen in the videos that I've watched on it, I know that it's running on the new, I can't remember the name of it, but it's running on a new APU that's supposed to be really powerful. So especially with the screen that it has, it should be able to run things pretty freaking well. But knowing, like, so my problem when I bought my Switch was I went out, I got the Switch, and I had to go buy games for it. I mean, that's my problem with any console, really, is
Well,
if I wanted a PS5, I would have to go out and buy a game. I'd have to buy a PS5 and a game.
Okay.
When I upgrade my computer in a couple months, I just sign into my Steam account and I still have all my games.
So the Steam Deck is like a portable Steam, your Steam library from your PC will be right there.
As soon as I sign in, I will have access to almost every game in my Steam library.
That is pretty impressive.
That's
my only issue is there are just some games that I do not think should be run on handheld platforms, handheld consoles.
I agree.
When they brought The Witcher 3 to Switch, Nintendo Switch,
yeah,
I honestly was
that
like,
was rough because they had to make so many sacrifices to get that game.
It takes so much away from games that it's like, is it really worth that you're making this many sacrifices and you're taking this much away from great content just so you can play it while on the toilet or walking? You know, I never really found the appeal. I did get a Nintendo Switch and I thought, man, this is going to be great. I'm going to love it and everything, and I'm going to play it all the time. I have a brother who, with two brothers, actually, that huge Zelda fans. And Breath of the Wild was an exclusive for Switch. So that was a massive reason for them to buy it. And they played the crap out of it. You know, like, I think one of them actually like 100%ed the game. And I thought, man, well, this sounds really cool. And I got one. I bought a bunch of games for it. in hopes that, you know, I'm definitely going to play this. And to be honest, quite honest, not once. I have not picked that thing up once to sit there and play by myself. The only time I have ever used it is for parties, for gaming parties, you know. And when it comes to video games, PC or PlayStation, you know, that's kind of what I've boiled it down to. You know, it's, I can get what those platforms can deliver, and they don't have to make, they make sacrifices to a degree of like, what are the limitations of making a game in the first place, but they don't make sacrifices for diversity, you know, like, oh, well, instead of playing The Witcher and it looking like some beautiful, grandiose foreign land that you've never visited before ever, and get to see every single aspect of it, you know, the trees going in the wind, every scar, blood pus on a monster, versus PlayStation 1 graphics,
isn't that
so I can walk or, you know, go to the bathroom and play it.
Isn't that really an advertisement for the Steam Deck? Because on the Steam Deck, you're the one who gets to decide what is a concession I'm willing to make here.
Well, I mean,
Do you want
that's an advertisement for
60
any
FPS?
console, handheld console.
Well,
honestly.
no, I was saying on the Steam Deck, you're going to be able to sit there and choose: do I want 60 FPS? Do I want it to look great? You know, I'm talking like if it's a new game. The Witcher 3 will probably run just fine on the Steam Deck. But if it's like a new game that just came out like after the Steam Deck's release, you get to choose like, hey, what's more important to me? Frame rate? Am I fine with 30 FPS? Am I fine with 24 FPS?
Well, you also have to ask the same time, would you rather play The Witcher on a 12-inch screen or on a 32-inch screen? Or if you're somebody who does it through console, on a 72-inch flat screen? That's like, preference.
For me,
I don't want to go like this all the time.
For me,
man, what's at this corner? I want to be like almost flooded. Floodgates. As close to virtual reality without having to put on a headset.
So for me, like the two things that kind of like get me hyped about the Steam Deck is, one, it is not a locked ecosystem.
I'm so sorry. So, I hate to interrupt, but I have to put something on this real quick. That light was just blowing out my camera. Go ahead. For you?
So yeah, it's not a locked ecosystem. So the second you buy a Steam Deck and take it out of the box, you can immediately throw Windows on it. So you don't have to stick with the software that they put on it. For me, like the big selling point is going to be games like Crowsworn. It's going to be those indie Metroidvanias that I like. Yeah. It's going to be those games that don't demand a big screen.
Absolutely.
Like, am I going to play some single player like Skyrim-esque games like when Starfield finally gets released? Yeah, probably I'll throw it on there because it's going to save my data from my computer and I'll be able to pick up exactly where I left off on my Steam Deck. And like, you know, if I'm on a plane or I have to travel, that'll be good.
It brings up a great point. For your handheld console, you're saying you're mostly going to play the games they're going to look and play great and feel great on a handheld console without taking away, facets of the game that you would get on a monitor or television. But yeah, my retort to you would be, as I'm looking here, pricing on the Steam Deck. For the 64 gigabyte version, it'll cost $400. For the 512 gigabyte version, it'll be roughly around $650. Mm-hmm. You're telling me you're willing to shell out $400 or possibly $700 to play exclusively indie games, which you could do on the setup you already have without spending an enormous amount of money?
For me personally, there's two use cases and which make the Steam Deck look like a really good purchase for me. So there's the indie games that I play a lot of, like Metroidvanias, Hollow Knight, Silksong, Crowsworn, those three. You know, the old Dark Souls games, um, and some like action adventure single player stuff that I already play. Um, but also emulation. So having a dedicated not console uh to have all of my emulated games, all of my backup of Pokemon, all of my backups of my PS2 games, you know, I can just put them all on that, run RetroArch through the Steam store, and boom, I've got my PS2 with me wherever I go. I've got my 3DS with me wherever I go. You know, I don't have to if I know I want to go over to a friend's house, you know, I don't have to pack my GameCube. I can just bring my Steam Deck. And then oh, we get bored of playing GameCube games? Cool. Let me just switch over to being a PS2 now. And then on top of that, you know, I do go over to friends' house quite frequently. And having something small like that that I can just like download the
So
one
now
game I
you're
know
just
we'll
gonna
be
be
playing,
like,
whether it be CFP.
oh yeah, now you're just gonna be like, you know, I came over, but honestly, I'm just here to play games on my Steam Deck.
Well, no. I was gonna say like, you know, when I go over to friends' houses, we'll usually end up bringing my computer. We'll set it up. We'll have a little LAN party.
Yep.
We'll play some Sea of
And
Thieves
it is a
or
hassle. It
whatever.
is a hassle. I can see
And with the
where
Steam Deck, you know, they said they're gonna release a dock for it. And at that point,
like
you
a
know, if I
dock
can
to
just bring
project,
that
kind of like how Switch
to hook up
does.
a monitor,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Except you get full resolution, not locked at 1080.
Okay.
So knowing that I'll be able to just like, you know, if we're still playing Sea of Thieves when this comes out, you know, just to download that from the Steam store, go over, plug it into the spare monitor that my friend has, and be good to go instead of lugging a whole PC. And then knowing that when we get off for the night and we're eating dinner,
That you don't have
you
to
know,
pack
I
up your
could
entire PC and travel with that again.
not only do I not have to pack up my whole PC, but like for reference, the friend that I'm referring to here is his brother. We both know him pretty well. I would say so since this is his brother.
Yep.
But his brother has a habit of passing out way earlier than me.
He is an
He's a sleeper.
early to bed, and he enjoys his sleep and does not enjoy getting up.
Yeah.
But I can't
So
I can't say that
when he ends up
$400 or $700 is worth is at the end of the day saving me the 20 minutes it takes to load and unload gear. Personally, I'm
well,
not, this
I
is
was
not
gonna say
something I'm,
when he falls asleep, I would have something to play. Like I
well, at
wouldn't
that
have to
point, if he
leave the
falls
room. I could
asleep,
sit out there
just
and
get
chill
on
till he
his
falls
gear.
asleep. I mean, I usually do, but I
Yeah.
like to sit out there with him until he actually passes out. Spend time
Right.
with my friend.
Right.
But also at the same time, uh, you said it only takes like 10 minutes.
20.
Well, you don't take your PC enough places.
Yeah, and my setup is definitely not newest, and it's almost the size of a
You
small
don't take
Buick. Yeah, so that's why I
yeah,
specifically
you don't
don't move it.
enough places for you to have the same use case. But I take my computer over to
Thank
like
God for
every friend.
online gaming, though.
Absolutely. My computer is heavy. It's made out of steel and tempered glass.
Right.
My monitor is heavy. It's 27 inches. And Dell, for some reason, put a steel base plate on a gaming monitor. I don't understand that one. Uh, I don't know why it's not aluminum. But
More
anyway,
money, I
my setup
guess.
is heavy. I don't like dragging it everywhere. One, because it's heavy and burdensome, and I'm terrified of dropping it and breaking my tempered glass. And two, because I'm old and tired.
So I'm
Uh,
assuming this is only Steam powered. Like you're only gonna get what
what do you mean?
Steam has, right? So like you
No,
won't
no,
have
you can
Epic
completely
Game Store.
you can completely install whatever you want. It is a PC. not just in name. It is a computer.
Okay.
You are not locked to one operating system.
I will say the fact that the docking option, which I didn't know it had, the more we talk about it, especially about going over to people's houses and stuff, that is a very that's a very intriguing, not intriguing, alluring aspect to it. Because all you got to do is now just carry a little messenger bag or something, and it's all right there.
Yeah.
You know, or just slip it in your pocket.
I mean,
if you're psychotic,
you 100%, you 100% could do the same thing with a high-end laptop, but I'm not going to take a high-end laptop to work, and I'm not gonna play on a high-end laptop on my lunch break. Am I going to do that with something that's roughly the same size as the Switch? Absolutely, 100%.
If we're talking about gaming at work, and I have my hands on something like this, and I do know from not my personal experience, but people I know, their personal experience, especially when the Switch came out, those little 15-minute breaks that you normally get, suddenly you're like, wow, an hour just went by.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
when
goodness.
I used
the game,
why am I getting fired? You know, well, you're never at work. You're in the building. You're just hidden somewhere. We don't know what you're doing. You're hidden from security cameras, and you're just gone 4 hours of the day. Well, I have a disease, you know.
Yeah.
I get lost easily.
Yeah, no, I started setting timers.
What version would you be? So I know it said the two versions. It was the size, and I can't.
Yeah. So the difference between the three versions
Storage.
is the
There's
amount
three versions
of storage. There's three versions.
Okay.
So the difference between the three versions is the amount of storage.
Okay.
And the type of storage.
Correct. There is the three versions are 64 gigabytes, 256, and 512. What do you mean by styles of storage?
So the cheapest one has a slower memory than the one right above. So the cheapest one, I don't think I will buy. So when I go to purchase mine, depending on the reviews,
it's almost like they made it that way purposely. So you would be like, what? You want to get the lowest quality form? Sure.
Well, so to me, like getting the faster memory kind of like helps future proof it, because that's the thing, right? Because this is a PC. And when you go and you build a PC, you want it to last for as long as possible. And with this having so little upgradable components to it,
yeah,
I feel like I have to splurge for the best one. So once the reviews come out, I'm really gonna have to pick between the middle of the road 256 or the 512. I really hope the reviews are glowing, because I wouldn't mind the 512 because it comes with an anti-glare lens on the screen, like an
almost $700 you're talking about there.
Yeah, but I feel like for my use cases,
$700. What could you do with $700 when it came to work on your PC sitting already there? You know, would you rather spend that $700 on a console or upgrade?
So the way I'm breaking this down for myself on the pricing is really going to come down to the reviews and the performance of the system itself. Because if I can play like full, real, massive PC games, you know, if I can play whatever the next Call of Duty is on this thing and run it perfectly, and then connect it up to a 1080p or 1440p monitor with my mouse and keyboard in docked mode, I'll have no problem spending $700 on it. But if the reviews come out and it's really just going to be my portable emulator that I can play GameCube games on and PS2 games on, then, you know, the cheapest one will probably be what I get.
Do you think...
But it really depends on the reviews.
Do you think that they will pull the same strategy that Well, like what not even just handheld gaming consoles, but actual consoles have done, where they come out with a first iteration, and maybe about 3 years down the line, they'll come out with now the Steam Deck Slim or the Steam Deck, XS or things like that. Uh, so are
I think
you
it's
are you gonna
likely.
buy the Steam Deck within its first couple of years of first release, or are you going to wait and see if they rumors start flying of new and better versions?
Is that a smart financial decision? Probably not. If you're wanting to be on the safe side, maybe do wait and see whether or not the product line takes off. See what the second one brings, see what other companies bring to the table when they inevitably try to do the same thing. But I am just such a fan of like new and emerging technologies that I feel like sorry. I feel like paying an early adopter tax, like it sucks sometimes when you have to pay extra to get the new thing. But just being able to try out new pieces of tech is honestly just cool for me. So I don't mind paying a little more because I don't do a lot of the things that other people spend their money on. I don't go out. I don't go to bars. I don't go to concerts. I barely go to movies.
This is, yeah, this
And
is
I
your
don't
passion.
really have like any. So this is my splurge, right? So I
Right.
don't I don't go to concerts, but I will buy a new piece of tech, whether or not it's good, just to try it out. So is it smart? No. Do I recommend buying it without reading reviews? Absolutely not. Um, but I hope it's good and forward to playing all of the at least at the very least, I look forward to playing all of my favorites from the PS2
There's a part of me
because the
that's,
PSP was such a letdown.
you say, was such a letdown.
The PSP was such a letdown.
Well, that's why they came out with the PSP Vita.
PS Vita that also sucked.
Okay, well,
That thing got canceled.
some people enjoyed them. They had their place in
I
the
mean, it
industry.
wasn't a terrible.
They had their place in the industry.
It wasn't a terrible console, but it didn't last long enough, and there was a lot of problems surrounding
It
the
was an
PlayStation
idea
Portable
that
console.
was ahead of its time for what the technology could offer. I will say that.
I don't think Sony executed it very well. I think they had a good idea, and they didn't stick with it long enough. I think if they would have gotten two or three more consoles out there in the mobile or in the handheld marketplace, probably would have been better.
See, being me personally, the older I get, uh, the more meticulous I have to be about my time and how I spend
Yeah.
it, and spending it on things I enjoy. Because I don't see, I honestly never thought I would be the age I am and still enamored with video games. I,
Yeah.
you know, and I don't see that going away anytime soon. But I do see me being more meticulous and more weary of my purchases, especially because things are not, because technology is getting so vast, things are getting better, but the prices are going up for the better technology. I really have to pick and choose what will be worth
Yeah.
my time 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. Like I said, I got the Nintendo Switch full price. First year it came out, it was, everybody went after it. Um,
Yeah.
I've probably played that thing 6 times, and it was never alone.
You know, I I was so excited to get my Switch.
Same.
And I know that we're probably in the minority here. Because a lot of people love their Switches. I've talked to people who take their Switch with them everywhere all the time and they adore it. They love it. But me personally, I have beaten exactly two games on the Nintendo Switch. Pokemon Shield and Hollow Knight.
I don't even think I don't even think I've beat one game. I was like so hyped for Mario Odyssey, because one of the games that I can think back that really got me interested in gaming was Mario 64. Yes, Mario 64. I just showed my age. But and I thought, okay, Mario Odyssey. It
I'm gonna
looks
start
like
pretending.
you're gonna what?
I want to start pretending that Mario 64, the 64 stands for when it came out.
God, I
I'm just gonna. I'm
there
just
will
gonna
be
start
some
pretending.
people that will probably think that, oh my gosh, this guy has been around since 1964. He looks great. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I am the vampire. So I was really excited to play Mario Odyssey because it looked just like 64. It reminded me of just it.
Yeah.
And I started playing it, and I just it never hooked me. And I don't know if that had to do with, like, why am I sitting here on the, on a couch or on the toilet playing a game that is going to require hours upon hours of gameplay when I can go sit and play something off of a very powerful console or a very powerful PC. And
Like that's also where I fit in with my Switch. Is I've even tried like hooking it up and using it docked and pretending like it's not a portable console. Because I thought maybe that would help. Maybe
yeah,
if
I
I
did
put it
all
on a
the
bigger
things too.
screen.
I got those, like, the
Yeah, I put it
controllers
on a
that
bigger
actually
screen.
look like a controller,
I
not the
got the Pro
Joy-Cons.
controller. Yeah.
It
And
just
nothing really helped. I guess the Switch just isn't made for people like us. Because like
I
I would argue that we are hardcore gamers. We definitely play too many video games to be casual. Uh,
yeah, and the type of games we play, not hardcore in
yeah.
the sense of,
I
like,
mean that being
we're competitive, like, pro league players. It's like the games we're playing are very sophisticated.
time.
They're time consuming. You're When you sit down, you're not going to be able to have, like, oh, I can at least just log an hour or something. 6 or 7 or 8 hours go by and you still have barely scratched anything what you intentionally sat down to even do. And the older you get, and with life getting in the way all the time, not that that's a bad thing, you grow up, and there are more things out there that I enjoy other than just gaming. But going back to having that, I don't have any responsibilities. I live in a house, with my parents, and they're paying for all the bills, and I don't need to keep a 9 to 5 or anything like that. So of course I could play 12 campaigns over a week without you. Just all I had to worry is I got my homework done.
Yeah.
Now I'm just like, I want something to really allure me, and it's not so much the tech allures me anymore. Yes, what's really interesting is the fact that, it's very portable. But what allures me is the game itself. What game I'm choosing to play will allure me, and how can I make that look as good as possible without, on a budget, without, going,
Yeah.
well,
And I mean I think
we're gonna miss a
that just
couple
speaks to me
meals,
about the Steam.
because now
Yeah.
I got a 4K
I mean
monitor.
I think that's what just speaks to me about the Steam Deck, right? Is because worst case scenario, absolute worst case scenario, I have a portable emulator. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, heck,
And
I still got
and
a
I
Nintendo DS, always
yeah.
ready to go.
Well, I mean I constantly find myself going back and reminiscing on like games that I played when I was a kid that you just can't get on modern consoles.
But then
So like I don't
that's a good point, because then you get back. We had talked about this a couple months ago about nostalgia, and nostalgia
yeah.
when it comes to, especially when it comes to gaming.
Yeah.
going back and playing games that you fell in love with. Like people that can sit there and play Skyrim over, 12 times over. I can't, nothing beats that first time experience. And Skyrim to this day, it is an older game, but it still looks great. It still looks pretty good. It was a revolutionary game for its time. But even games like, the old Marios, the old Sonics, the old Zeldas, you have this image in your mind that nostalgia and time and age and experience has made that memory more cherished. It's kind of like pearls, or
Yeah. Yeah, like
like a fine
some
wine.
of the games you
The
go back
longer you let
are
it sit,
definitely
yeah, it gets better in your mind. But when you go back and play it, you're just like, whew, this is a
the way times have
grind.
changed.
Yeah, that I'm not. I feel like I'm just going through the motions now. I'm not actually experiencing it anymore.
So there are definitely some games that are still like that. Um or that are definitely like that. Like going back and playing uh like the old like Resident Evil 2, the original. Going back to play that with the fixed camera angle compared to the new Resident Evil 2 that has the updated control scheme and that feels good to play. The old one's definitely a chore at
It
this
is a
point.
chore, but I think the one thing that is nice about that is there was more content than what they brought in the remaster. But I think, and I don't know if it's a sign of the times, but I don't think I would go back and replay the original RE2 over the remaster.
I would not.
It's so, the technology has made it so much smoother, and I think that's why, for one, I know that is why, instead of companies going out and taking risk on original IPs, uh they're really comfortable, and in gaming, we're in the era of remasters.
Yeah.
Remaster this, remaster that. What just got announced? The Dead Space remaster.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, Dead Space. That was a game that really changed me. Like, this is what games can be. Like, I thought you could only get this type of experience in Hollywood films. And now seeing remasters, you're like, now I'll get all the updated technology to play that story again. And one thing I think that made the Resident Evil's remaster so successful is what they did cut out, they equally added to make it more cohesive to a degree, and it's more streamlined, and it was beautiful, like storytelling, events and things. I'm not even just talking mechanics, but everything's getting remastered now because they know that, one, it's probably, look at Bethesda, I would say, to this
Sold
day
how many
is
copies of Skyrim?
right. But Bethesda to this day, I would say, is still a giant. And they're like, the equivalent of Disney in the gaming industry. However, they got hit hard with Fallout 76 and the joke of constantly bringing out Skyrim. And it really, gamers were like, I'm not paying for this. I'm not paying for this crap. I'm not doing it. I'm not wasting my time. And I think it really scared other gaming industries to take risk, because they saw like David throw a stone at Goliath, and everybody thought, wow, I thought Goliath was good, man. I mean, he was, 20 foot tall. That guy couldn't go down. And they saw that, and they took a step back, and they're like, okay, what is a safe avenue so we can still make money? And hence remasters it all. And look at the fan base. When the remasters of the Resident Evil franchise came out, it was not looked down upon. They were like, oh my gosh, you did 2 and 3? Please do the whole franchise. Do Code Veronica, do Resident Evil 0, 1, 4, all of it. It wasn't give us a new Resident Evil, give us new versions of the games we love. And it's just rare now. I don't know. I think it's similar in Hollywood, what's going on right now. Hollywood, they're getting so comfortable. The MCU has made such an impact that no other company is feeling secure enough to let out original IPs. That is why that brings us my hopes, and I'm so excited for Reminiscence. Do you see that, Lilith? That's how you do segues. No, your segue was great. But
look, I clearly learned how to segue from Linus. But yeah, Reminiscence. I have seen the trailer exactly once.
I've seen that trailer like 25 times.
So let's just go over a quick list of things that I like about this movie so far, and I haven't even seen it. 1, it's set in a cyberpunk future.
Check.
2, Hugh Jackman returning to action.
Check. And he's not doing a musical.
That's it. That's all I need.
Really?
It's a new cyberpunk movie, right? Which I don't think we get enough of. They're few and far between. The last one that I can remember was the new Blade Runner.
Which don't even. Okay, we're
not going to talk about the new Blade Runner.
We're going to make a video. I saw Blade Runner 2047 in theaters. I liked the first one. I think for the first one, you had to be there to really, boom, experience it.
Yeah.
But when they came out with 2047, I was like, let's do this. This looks amazing. I love Ryan Gosling, by the way, especially when he plays a quiet, stoic character. And I went out and saw it.
It is said that you like that man better when he doesn't talk and just stares at the camera.
Pretty much, like, just take all of me right now. Just, I
don't disagree.
Open up for you in roles where Ryan Gosling doesn't say a word. Nothing against his voice, nothing against his speaking line roles, but when an actor can not say more than 5 words and I am on the edge of my seat and drooling.
Ryan Gosling, if you see this, is Jake your type?
Please call me. Please call me and just breathe into the phone. Don't speak. Just breathe. I can be whatever you want. I will change for you.
But yeah, Hugh Jackman coming back to action. I'm excited. The last thing that I saw him in was Wolverine.
Oh, you didn't see The Greatest Showman? The story about I want to say it's P.T. Barnum. It was a musical. He creates a circus.
I don't like musicals.
Okay.
So if it was advertised as a musical, I did not watch it.
Well, if that's true, then you don't like Ryan Gosling. So Ryan Gosling, please call me.
Okay.
La La Land.
I didn't say musicals were bad. I just said I don't like them. Thank you very much.
Fair. I don't know. Yes, Hugh Jackman. My God, he's. First of all, so I get this accurate. I want to look this up, but I am pretty sure he's almost 70.
Is he really?
Oh no, I was way off. I'm terrible.
Okay.
He is actually 52. However, that being said, when I think of a 50-year-old man, Hugh Jackman does not come to mind. I do not think...
When I think of a 50-year-old man, I generally think Jake.
Okay, well, thank you. Was that a compliment? I mean, are you saying that I'm an attractive 50-year-old man?
That's how you want to take it. I'll let you take it though.
Okay, that's even worse. You know, just next time, just call me ugly, because that is the equivalent of saying I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. You know, wow, gut punch.
I did not call you ugly.
Got it.
But life's been getting to you, man. Are you okay? I can see that life's been getting to you.
Wow, you know, I'm trying exfoliating creams. You know, it's the lighting. I blame the lighting.
It's lighting, yeah.
It's totally the lighting. But man, he looks great. He really does. For somebody who quit Wolverine because he specifically said he was tired of looking like a god, you know, like a Greek god, what I would imagine a Greek god would look like. I thought after that he was like, you know what that means? I'm gonna get huge. I'm gonna get totally out of shape. I'm going at least to 500 pounds, and that's how I'm gonna die happy with.
I thought he was
a Danish in one hand and you know, a bottle of scotch in the other.
I thought he was gonna go the John Goodman route,
like pre-surgery. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was too. With, you know, nothing against. I mean, you look at John Goodman. You know, that man has made an amazing career.
I don't care how much
totally.
He's always been a great actor.
Yeah, it's and health reasons, you know, absolutely. But man, he looks fantastic. He's so good,
Right.
And he's got. I think it's honestly, me and my wife have come up with a theory. Now, go along with me on this. Take a little journey. Hold my hand.
Do you think he's coming into the MCU?
No, not at all. But we'll get back.
He did say that he would reprise the role.
He also,
come into the MCU.
I also read an article that he said Kevin Feige has not even sent him an email. So, but the theory my wife and I have, is there is something magical, supernatural almost, in the water in Australia, because anybody who comes out of Australia looks like a god. They are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. The Hemsworth brothers, Hugh Jackman. We watched MasterChef, and there was a chef that came on this season from Australia. The guy was like 6'4". He looked fantastic. He was drop dead gorgeous, and he had a voice to him that I was like, man, I would eat any steak you put in front of me. Just please.
What I'm hearing is, if you're watching this at home,
I'm in love with
Australia.
Australia.
Live in Australia, and you haven't had the ability to move out of Australia. I got some bad news for you.
The rest of us don't compare, okay? Stay on the island. Because once you go out and see the world, you're going to be like, what happened? Where did I go? You know, you come from a land of gods. And I think what it is because Australia is like what I would qualify as probably the scariest place on our planet.
They all have to be in shape to run away from the spiders and kangaroos. Actually.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like, it was just, you know, they knew that they needed to withstand the terrors of Australia. 20-foot spiders? Well, you gotta look like a Greek god. you know.
Common misconception that the Bible has is when it said where hell was, it actually got written down wrong. They meant to say that it's just south of Asia,
Yeah, yeah,
in a little island called
pretty
Australia.
much, yeah.
Uh,
But the caveat is, if you were born in Australia, the most terrifying place on the planet is at least you get to look like a god. So
yeah, yeah, all of that running and screaming, it makes you attractive apparently, at least according
absolutely.
to Chris Hemsworth.
And
But no, I
Hugh
mean
Jackman.
realistically, all of those famous people, they've got teams of personal trainers. They've got like 15 people making sure they stay in shape and looking good
Personal
for the camera.
chefs. That's
Yeah.
well, it's their job. So their
Yeah.
job is to look, and this can even go back to when we were talking about sexualizing characters in Marvel movies.
I mean, sex sells
It
everywhere.
does. When it comes to entertainment, the one thing about entertainment that I've held true to my heart is you want to go to a world that is not a fantasy. I mean, it kind of is a fantasy, but it's almost like an escape.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying to, live in movies and, just never live real life. There's great things in this life. But you want to be immersed in a fantasy. And some people, this is personal preference. But when you get up there and you see somebody who can like punch through walls, it's not going to be, Joe, your neighbor down there that just has a beer gut and hasn't showered in 4 days and has a bald spot. If that's what Captain America looked like, people would be like, "Oh, that's disappointing." I assume there are people that have types like that, but I want my heroes to look like gods. I want my movie stars to look like gods and goddesses. I want every aspect. I want to be fully put into this world, because what's really interesting about movies is that, yeah, you might be out of shape and everything, and whatever problem you might have with yourself, seeing that, for some people that could be just like a kick of inspiration. I want to look like Captain America. I want to look like Hugh Jackman, so I can go around and fight crime in a futuristic cyberpunk city. I know I do sometimes, absolutely. I mean, heck, I just want to know what it feels like to not get out of breath, to get out of a sitting position sometimes.
No,
But
I remember reading this story. I don't know if this story was true or not. I think I read it on Tumblr about this guy who went into the gym.
no, everything on Tumblr is real. It's true. Just so
Some of it
everybody-
is.
just don't.
Some of it is.
Please, God, the community of Tumblr, don't come after us. It's all real.
Well, I don't know whether it was true or not. But this guy walked into the gym and he was wearing like a Goku t-shirt. He had like the orange sweatpants. And he was talking to his friend about how like watching Dragon Ball Z made him want to go to the gym and get absolutely jacked. And
Absolutely.
so yeah, I mean, definitely seeing people on TV like that make you want to get healthy, make you want to get physically fit. I mean, I guess where the line needs to be drawn so it doesn't get crossed is like, it's okay to want to be physically fit, but you should never hold yourself to another person's standard of beauty.
True.
Every single person out there, you are entirely beautiful and valid, and you don't need anybody's external validation of that. It's right within you, and never let Hollywood or any form of media let you feel like you're less than. And it's really a struggle that happens.
Oh,
a
absolutely.
lot.
I agree.
And it just constantly gets pushed and pushed.
Beauty
and pushed.
and things like that, expectations. I agree with that. I'm not sitting here and saying, unless you look like Hugh Jackman, you're,
Yeah, no, I
you're a
wasn't
slob,
saying that,
or anything like that.
saying that you were.
But I mean, look at Thor in Endgame. The fact that they made Thor out of shape and chunky, but even still, man, a good movie, they made it not once. He looks like a badass. Like,
Yeah.
even with like a beer gut, and when he goes full-fledged, like, he looks like a scary Viking. Somebody, if he walked up to you with two wielded weapons, that braided long beard, and that giant gut in his armor, I would be like, wow, I wouldn't be like, wow, that guy's out of shape. That guy needs to go to the gym. I'd be like, please don't even look at me,
Yeah.
don't even know I exist. And I thought that was fantastic.
I didn't like how often Fat Thor was used as like the butt of jokes in Endgame. I
Right.
feel it wasn't a lot, but it was a little much for me personally.
It was enough. I think was
Yeah.
even worse is the fact that he got out of shape due to um mental illnesses he had after the effects, after what happened with Thanos and the snap and everything. And even his best friends were like, making fun of it and stuff. And at the same time, it was like one of those, like, you laughed, but at the back of your mind, you were like, this is kind of sad.
Yeah, they could have done so much more for displaying PTSD, and like if they would have taken it serious, which I really hope they do in the next Guardians movie. I hope they take a more serious look at it. I think that would be really cool to explore that through Thor.
Yeah, but it's like what you said. You have to be able to, like, they're movies, they're fantasies. They're Leonardo DiCaprio does not look like Leonardo DiCaprio does behind the camera when he wakes up at noon in his underwear, bedridden. Like, these people have teams, like you said, teams of people that make them look beautiful. Makeup artists, people that have trained for years to show out amazing sides of people. My wife's huge into makeup, and I think no slight on her whatsoever, but if she wanted to, just with makeup alone, she could make herself look like completely different person.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating.
Oh, yeah, I've seen some of those TikToks
and scary at the same time.
Yeah, I've seen some of those TikToks where like you think you're looking at one person and they take off makeup and it looks like somebody completely different. And it's
Right. Not saying that that's like a cover to, like, oh, they're real ugly underneath or anything. It's just, instead of being stuck with the face you were given, and if you're somebody who doesn't like, a knife, a scalpel, or surgeries or things like that, you now have a free, easy way to transform yourself into whatever type of person you want to be. And at the end of the day, if you just want to go back to who you are, it's a wet cloth. That's all it is. But
I just think it's cool.
I think it's fascinating. But Reminiscence.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Hugh Jackman.
Neither one of us are really good at staying on subject. I feel like for the next episode, we should just have a timer for how long we're allowed to talk about a subject, so we actually stay on subject.
That's definitely not going to happen. We both know it. Now for the podcast, this is almost just like, so anywhere we can rant. The other videos will be a little more disciplined.
I just think it's funny. Like we had, I don't know what's showing on stream or on video right now, because I don't know what it looks like set up. But we had like a list of what, 6 topics.
Not even that. Yeah, it was like 4 or 4 or 6.
Yeah, it was 6. Yeah, something that realistically we probably could have gotten done in like a 2-hour video, but we decided to give you guys, for episode 1 at least, 8-hour video.
An 8-hour video. Yeah.
But yeah, Reminiscence.
Well, y'all do name drop here. One of my favorite YouTubers, I'm not gonna do a name drop. One of my favorite YouTubers does like 8-hour videos, 9-hour videos, and it's just like this, people talking, and I am enthralled with it. I love listening to their tangents. I hope people feel the same. But yes, Reminiscence. You said the two things you know about this is dystopian, cyberpunk type setting, future, and Hugh Jackman. Well,
Yes.
me, I am well versed, pretty well versed in everything Hollywood. I love filmmaking. It's been my passion since I could hold a camera, you know. But the director of this movie and writer is Lisa Joy. And I don't know if you know who that is, but
It sounds really familiar.
Lisa Joy is the wife of Jonathan Nolan. And Jonathan Nolan is the brother to Christopher Nolan. And Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy have created, have helped on, I want to say almost all of Christopher Nolan's films. And if you know anything about me, I rank Christopher Nolan as one of the greatest directors and storytellers of our time, of probably all storytelling time. The things
Honestly, Interstellar is probably one of the best movies that's going to come out during my life.
that has came out during your life.
That will come out. That's how high I put it up there. I don't think it's going to be topped while I'm still alive.
Oh, okay. Now I see what you're saying. Okay, there's no movie that's going to top Interstellar.
I don't like when it comes to like standard film movie, not like a comedy special or something like that. It's, you know what I'm referencing. My all-time favorite.
Stop.
Like there's just there's no better.
We're not talking about that.
Okay. No. Just for the podcast, I am going to elaborate by saying Bo Burnham's Inside on Netflix has the best lighting and the best use of a bottle episode environment that I've ever seen.
If there's anything I definitely am taking away from Inside, it is his cinematography skills. Definitely can learn something from his cinematography skills. However,
outside of that lighting, Interstellar by Nolan, favorite film.
It's hard. It's hard for me to pick my favorite film by Nolan. We'll have to get into that. We'll have to make a video just chronicling and talking exclusively
we should just make
about
a video about Nolan.
That's what I'm talking about. Just a Nolan video. I think we should make videos about, you know, our favorite directors and their movies and stuff like that. But Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy have helped Christopher Nolan on a majority of his films. And they went off and they did a little passion project of their own. You may have heard about it. The passion project that they went off and did is Westworld. HBO's Westworld.
No.
Yes.
That's where I know her name from?
Yes, absolutely. They are the minds that brought you, in my opinion, one of the greatest HBO shows I have, at its current state, I have seen. And I was a huge Game of Thrones fan. I still think that was one of the greatest.
Don't get me wrong, while I am on the hate train for season 7 and 8, Game of Thrones 1 through 6 was fantastic.
Game of Thrones,
Westworld seasons 1 and 2, no.
Have you seen 3?
I'll even just drop that. I'm fully caught up. Just season 1 of Westworld,
oh my gosh,
is some of the best television I have ever watched.
I 110% agree with you. I have not seen any type of media that just asked the questions they asked, and oh my gosh, if I could have Anthony Hopkins read me to sleep every single night, I would shell out, take all of my money, every dollar. I will
But
go
also
hungry.
knowing that, the same like eyes are going to be behind Reminiscence, because I did still find
Well, this is
Westworld
actually
visually interesting.
this is actually Lisa Joy's directorial debut. She's I want to say she's directed. Don't quote me, and I'll look it up.
Okay.
But I want to say she's directed episodes for Westworld. Let me check real quick before I go on. Yes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, she directed the episode she directed was in Westworld. Yes, Westworld season 2, a little episode called The Riddle of the Sphinx. And that episode is the one, if you recall Westworld, where Delos, the old man Delos, the old guy, he was put in that circular room, and you kept seeing him repeat his days, and the man in black would show up, and he would be like, he would start twitching, and then like slowly you found out, you're like, oh my gosh, he's, spoilers for Westworld, oh my gosh, he's an android. They put he died, the real Mandela's died. And that episode, if you remember that's the episode she very first got behind the camera on. Now, when I say directorial debut, I'm meaning for a feature length film.
Yeah. Well, so, I do not remember that episode specifically, I have not gone back to watch Westworld in a long time. I don't think I've ever done a second.
It's well worth it. So well worth it.
Yeah, I really want to, but I kind of just want to wait till season 4 is about to come out, and then I'll go back and just binge it all again.
The way they left us on season 3, man, like that cliffhanger ending.
Look, if season 4 of Westworld doesn't live up to the hype, I might cry.
I'll honestly cry if what happens to Westworld, if they pull a Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
that's how invested I am right now. The one thing that I don't know if you know this, Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy, when they pitched the idea to HBO, they immediately, right out the gate, said, listen, our story is already written, like we already have it fleshed out. We already have it written down. Westworld will be X amount of seasons. I think it's 6. Okay. No more, no less. Unless, God forbid, it gets canceled. Which we'll not even get into canceled shows nowadays. I hate putting investments in shows that aren't finished anymore. Yeah. But they already said, listen, season 6 is our stopping point. We're not here. We're here to tell the story. We're not going to pull a D&D. Oh my gosh, every other company out there is offering us millions and billions of dollars to wrap up Game of Thrones so we can get out of here and go. Well, let's just slap this together with, chewing gum and, crazy glue.
Yeah.
They already have it set, and it's so specific that they have it written out that season 1 has actually been stated and proven is that it is season 1 is actually what is it? It's the prequel to before, so it's like season 2 is when the show kicks off. Okay. Season 1 is actually a prelude to it all, So that right there is
like things really did kick off in season 2.
Right, like the main concept of the story kicked off in season 2, and then it's been followed in season 3. And season 1 was kind of like a precursor to it all, establishing the world, establishing the characters, and giving you ideas. So the fact
And
that these
establishing that no
two,
matter how close you pay attention, you're gonna be confused.
oh my gosh, and the way they film, I feel like I will like I can go on and preach about it, but there were things that, like, in season 1, how they filmed it, I felt like they shouldn't have kept that same type of storytelling after season 1. But they did do it in 2. It was like, we're going to tell you the end and then the beginning. And then we're going to fill the middle out through the entire show. It was like,
But there's still a twist at the end no matter what.
right.
So it's like you think you know how it ends, and then you actually get to the end and you're like, wait, no.
Yeah.
The person I thought was doing the bad thing is the good guy?
Right. And I don't know if they keep doing that, it'll be like, oh, I get what you're doing. Now we're going to the end to get to the beginning, and then the middle's going to fill it all in,
Well, I mean, I think for the most part, like, so seasons 1 and 2, and partially 3, had mostly non-humans as main characters, and so it makes sense for their memories, especially with, spoiler alert, especially with Bernard's memory being what it is.
Yep.
So if he's telling the story and it's coming from his POV, then it makes sense for things to be out of line. But with the introduction of more human characters, then I think it'll start having more of a start to finish to it.
Right. And
But what I was
especially,
going to say that I actually completely got distracted from is, while I do not remember the specific episode of Westworld that you were referencing for
the
Peace
riddle
and
of the
Joy,
Sphinx.
yes, um, uh, I I was already interested in filmmaking by the time I started watching Westworld, and I did not notice a huge like departure from what I already thought was great cinematography. So that gives me high hopes for Reminiscence, because the
Big
entirety of,
time.
of Westworld is very visually interesting.
Oh my gosh,
I
it's eye
love
candy.
I I'm in love with their color grading. I think everything in there just looks good. It looks great. Everything just feels, as sci-fi and as crazy it is, everything feels real.
Yep.
And I
That
think
is the one thing I do like about the whole, like, Nolan Joy clan. They try to get as practical as they can with absurd storytelling. Like, for Inception, they built a revolving hallway and made the actors perform their actions on it. And I was like, my gosh, anybody
yeah,
else would have been like, throw it in a computer.
CG.
you
Yeah.
know they're like,
I mean,
fuck that, we are building a hallway
tangent.
that turns.
Side tangent. Um, I 100% am so fed up with a lot of directors and a lot of studios just throwing things in the CG. I miss practical effects. You cannot, you cannot
Yeah.
convince me that the original, uh, The Thing,
The movie with Kurt Russell.
yeah,
Yeah. It-
is not one of the best horror movies just because of its practical effects,
yeah.
especially comparing it to
To
the newer one,
yeah, the prequel,
which while it had the quote unquote better visuals,
because of cameras.
it was not the same. It was not the same because of the practical effects.
Yeah, actually, in
If they would have,
the newest one, the effects actually took me out of it a lot.
yeah. And the thing is they were going to use practical effects, but then the studio shut it down because it was going to take too much time.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's like, it makes a world of difference to have a practical effect and then to touch it up with CG
Mhm.
than it does the CG the whole thing.
I think yeah, and your eye is very powerful. It can catch it. It's very, very good at the
When
point is
something
that it can pick out what is and what is not real.
Once something dips too far into the uncanny valley with CGI, there's no pulling you back into the immersion.
No, not at all. Not at all. That'll always, you'll be like, oh, that was kind of,
Also, that is one of the best movies of all time.
what?
The
Oh,
thing.
the original thing. Yeah, yes. Uh,
Yeah.
well, don't worry, that didn't come out in your lifetime, so Interstellar still good. Still holds
Yeah.
the ground.
It came out in your lifetime though, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it did. That was like right around the time we were actually, had running water. Thank you, thank you.
I thought they came out around the same time, but I wasn't sure.
Um, wow. Reminiscence. Speaking of water, I don't know if you noticed in the trailers. She seems Lisa Joyce seems to be also putting in a what's the word? Our ecosystem, like Earth's ecosystem, an ecosystem element to it, that the world is flooding, like our waters are rising. That's why there's water everywhere.
Oh, like climate change?
Yeah, climate change. And that climate change plays such a large character into this. Now I know there's going to be a lot of people that I can already see the reviews now. Reminiscence is just an agenda movie on climate change and things like that.
Every piece of art has an agenda.
Just stop. It is yes, I agree there is media out there that is more in your face than others, but if it doesn't supersede you telling a story, then what's the problem?
Well, literally every piece of media ever has an agenda. Like, it's impossible to create something without an agenda.
I don't know if I agree with you on
even
that.
this podcast has an agenda. The agenda, if you sit down and you watch this podcast from start to finish, you will notice.
If you do, thank you. Leave a like and subscribe. You are very dedicated.
You will notice that the agenda here was for two grown adults to sit down and make content. And that was the whole agenda. There wasn't a political agenda. No.
Right.
But
okay.
Sometimes there is one.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I'm saying is the political agenda is what'll probably cause a lot of hate behind this movie. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now. Prediction. A lot of the negative reviews will be based on political climate change agenda. You see. And then when it's over, when we've seen everything, you tell me otherwise.
Look, if you're right, you can come back and clip it from this video.
Yes.
And then I will have to admit that there is egg on my face. But
I hope it does now. I hope it does. And I'm doing a whole carton.
I don't think that's gonna get better. Honestly, if she brings anything to the table like Nolan does and just pours as much love into the craft as he does, which I'm sure she did, because like I said, I didn't even notice when they switched to directors for Westworld. And I loved Westworld, the entirety of it. Then I don't think anybody's gonna care. I think if it's a beautiful movie that just happens to have a message, I don't think anyone's gonna mind.
You'll know. Yeah, there will definitely be people out there that mind. But my only concern
but not as many.
My concern about this, and this comes to my concern about the future of filmmaking, is one, this is not a Marvel movie. This is not a DCEU movie. So therefore, your market right now, I would say, is probably cut in half. All right? Because it's not Look at example. Now we can say that Christopher Nolan, every single thing he's made is almost the equivalent to gold. However, when a little movie he made called Tenet came out, it had very mixed reviews, big time, and almost nobody went out and saw it. Mind you,
I mean,
it was
Tenet
during the middle of, a bad time on
was
this earth.
it was during demonetization.
Yes. But
That's how I'm gonna.
okay, yeah, it was during demonetization. Even still, and at that time it wasn't, they were not able to make money off of streaming it either, because I don't think HBO Max was around when Tenet came out yet.
No, it was around. It just wasn't like it wasn't as common to just.
Well,
release a movie
the
on
saving
HBO
grace
Max.
about this is Reminiscence is coming out in theaters and HBO Max same day release. Once again, though, I don't know.
Hold on, real life calling. I'm sorry.
Uh,
And they started fighting.
for anybody who's watching, you'll see a cut. Lilith's cats started attacking each other. However,
I think you can hear it in the audio.
no, you cannot. I didn't hear a thing. All I saw was you just blankly stare off and the look of terror come across. And then you said real life calling and ran. However, like I said, this movie is coming out in theaters and HBO Max. Same day release. I do not know whether or not when a movie comes out on a streaming platform and in theaters, how much money, which one of those platforms is where the more important money is coming from. Is it box office from theaters, or is it streaming? I don't know. And that's what scares me, because there could be people out there that don't even know this movie's coming out. And will look at it and be like, what's this? This isn't Marvel, or this isn't DC, and they'll never give it a second look. And therefore, since that possibly could happen, studios will be weary of making original IPs. And that's why we're seeing less and less original IPs come out and original stories from all these great directors, because they're getting just obliterated by Marvel and Disney and what they're doing. And I love Disney's content, Marvel's content, but at the same time, I don't want to love it so much to where I have to sacrifice original storytelling, or original movies. So I really hope that this does get an audience. It's very vague. The IMDb description of it is: a scientist discovers a way to relive your past and uses the technology to search for his long lost love. Very vague. The trailers look epic, fantastic. Like you said, the cinematography looks amazing. But
So, like, what I want to touch on something before we move too far away from what you said. So what I said earlier, I still 100% agree with. Marvel movies and DC movies are the junk food of films. And no matter how much junk food you eat, if you are in love with films as much as we are, you're still going to go and find meat. You're not going to just eat Twinkies all day.
But it's getting in a shorter and shorter supply.
Yeah,
especially for people like us who actually love all aspects of film, that don't want to eat Doritos 24/7.
I think that we aren't really running the risk of running out of films. I think it's more Marvel just keeps pumping them out. And like other films, they haven't stopped coming out. There's been no change in their releases. It's just we don't notice them as much because Marvel's got like a 3-month release schedule.
Okay, well, I'll ask you right now. In the past, just look in the past 2 or 3 years. Name at least 5 movies, without looking it up. 5 movies that are not DC or Marvel that has came out that you were like, Wow, that was amazing. That blew all my expectations. It was really good.
I loved Tenet.
Okay, that's one.
Full-heartedly. I
So
love
did I.
Tenet.
I actually went out to the theaters and saw it because I'm a huge proponent of theaters. I don't want to see them go away.
What was, how many years back am I allowed to go?
We'll say
said five?
We'll say 3. 5 films in the last 3 years.
Okay.
That is not Marvel.
Because I'm not sure on release dates for some of them, but Knives Out. Knives Out was fantastic.
Okay, let me check real quick.
Wasn't that J.J. Abrams?
That was the guy that destroyed Star Wars.
Yeah, J.J. Abrams.
No, not J.J. Abrams. Ryan Johnson.
Ryan Johnson, that's right.
Ryan Johnson.
My bad.
Let's see. Knives Out came out in 2019. That was close. That was your 3-year mark. Okay. That's 2.
I know I just watched Jigsaw. That was pretty good. Or not Jigsaw, Spiral.
Oh,
Spiral.
okay.
The
all
new
right.
one with
So let me recorrect. Let me reiterate.
that aren't part of a franchise.
That are not part of a franchise.
Okay. Didn't the original Happy Death Day come out recently?
That's part of a franchise.
Is that within the last 3 years? But it was the first one. It wasn't part of a franchise when I watched it.
The first Happy Death Day came out in 2017. Nope, sorry.
Oh my lord, that's so old.
I know you're
Why
getting
are
old.
we old.
I know it's not just me.
Oh my god.
So you only have 2. You only have 2. Come on.
No, I have 3. I'm just blanking on names right now. I just watched the new R.L. Stine movie. It was okay. It wasn't great, but it was okay. I'd be happy if they did more of them.
The Goosebumps?
Yeah. It was like Fear Street. It was 3 movies all bundled in one, so it was like a 3-hour movie, but it's one movie. Netflix just has it separated into 3 parts.
Okay, but couldn't we say R.L. Stine is an established franchise?
We could if it was connected. If it was connected,
it's all connected by R.L. Stine.
It's not. It's really not.
We'll come back on that one. Try another.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of movies that I've watched within the last 3 years, because most of it is filled with Marvel.
Exactly. That is my point.
There have been real film releases.
Yes, but none you went out and saw, and none like you went out and saw like the day of.
I only went out and saw.
You know, or were like, yes, and I understand because of demonetization, but it's getting thinner and thinner.
Now that I can actually like jog my mind about some of these films that came out in the last 5 years.
I said 3, but
the last 3 years. Loki. Hey.
See how much ingrained Marvel is into us? You've named your pets after Marvel characters. You're proving my point even
Parasite,
further.
The Irishman, 1917, Joker, that's DC. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood,
Tarantino.
Jojo Rabbit, Knives Out,
did not
Ford
see
versus
Jojo
Ferrari.
Rabbit. Yeah, you had to look him up.
That's because I have a terrible memory.
No.
The Lighthouse, dude.
No.
100% I have a terrible memory. Midsummer is on here, but I would not call that a good movie.
I agree.
Hot take.
Hot take. Did not like Hereditary either.
I did not either. I could not get into either of them. People told me, they were like, "Oh, this is the most gripping things I've ever watched." And
I actually think the guy who made like The Witch and The Lighthouse is doing a better job when it comes to that type of stuff. But yeah,
bro, Richard Jewell.
You can't
was
say
such a good movie, dude.
Right, but I'm telling you, you had to look these up. You had to look them up. Now, if I told you the Marvel movies you saw in the past that came out in the past 3 years, you'd be able to rack them off like that. The DC movies that came out in the past 3 years, like that. Yes, you would. I don't know you would. We just went and saw one a month ago. Black
Yeah. What
Widow.
was it called? Oh, that's right.
Get out of here.
Well, what was the one before that?
The one before Black Widow was Endgame. No,
No,
it
it
was
wasn't.
actually
It was
Far
Spider-Man.
From Home. Yeah. Oh, look at you. You thought of that real fast, didn't you? Heck, you even caught me on a mistake.
Fuck you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm worried. I am, and I think it's a genuine worry. I think it is something to be worried about because I love Marvel. I like DC and I like what they're doing, but at the end of the day, like you said, it's cookie at the time. It's cookie cutter stuff. It's I don't really have to think hard.
But I think a big part of it is
why do you think we like Westworld so much, though? You know, it was so
no
different.
I'm thinking a big part of this is how much time we spend talking about the MCU, talking about comics.
That's because that's what everybody. Look at YouTube, man. We'll say
no.
MCU
because me and you
rebirthed YouTube.
Okay, well, the two of us have a long history of theorizing about the next Marvel movie, about talking about the DC movie and how we wished DC was better because we were big fans of DC.
Mm-hmm.
The two of us have a long history of talking about that thing because we're both extremely interested in it.
Yes, we are interested.
I think what we have going on here is a bias. You think that there's no new films because we spend more time talking about the same franchise over and over again.
Not that there's no new films. The new films are not getting talked about like the Marvel movies or the DC movies. In pop culture,
they do on my side of YouTube.
They're barely. If I went in and typed in reminiscence theory videos or explanation videos, you're probably going to get about 5. If you went in and typed in Loki theory videos, oh my gosh, you're going to be like 12 pages deep in YouTube. You don't believe me? I've done it.
I don't. I've actually done checking. I actually can't find a
single thing except trailer reactions.
Yeah. Okay. You're right.
People aren't talking about it because you know what?
You're right.
People are comfortable with what they know and what's going to catch. You know, when you're on YouTube, you're not going to be looking around and going, wow, a 4-hour podcast? And then you're going to see the taglines for the topics and you're going to be like, I don't know what the half the crap this stuff is. You know, what we're doing is a huge risk, you know. Yeah, there might be an audience out there, but if I really wanted to solely make content to get views, I could do it so easy. Because you know what? I would do clickbait taglines, clickbait images, and it would just be Marvel DC, Marvel DC, Marvel DC, Marvel DC, Marvel DC. And you know it. You know it's the truth.
Coming soon to QCC is Sellout Saturdays.
Exactly.
Can we get 5 gifted for Sellout Saturdays?
Sellout Saturdays. If I wanted to make content, and I'm not ragging on people that make that content, because you know what? I've sat down for hours, like name drop new rock stars and their Marvel theories. Oh my gosh, I could watch those for days upon days and still be interested in. But
the thing is, like, when you really break it down and look at who's interested in films versus who watches movies, there's a huge gap there. And the people who watch film, the people who love film, we're gonna go see these movies. But the people who just watch movies, yeah, the MCU is much more approachable. But it's a TV show.
There's not enough of us. There's not enough of us to go out, unless you and I, unless film lovers went and saw these movies, these original IPs, like at least 12 times each. they're not going to make the type of money back that Marvel or DC does. And therefore studios are going to try and find, okay, where's our MCU? Where's our DCEU? What can we sit and pump out and sit back and, you know, enjoy in our private jets and not have to worry about any losses and profits when it comes to an original idea? And
Yeah, what can we use to just print money?
exactly, they've become money printers. You know, I feel like this has just become a rant on like hating Marvel, and trust me,
And the funny thing is we actually love
look behind
one of the
me.
original
All of this, that's mostly Marvel. That's mostly Marvel Funko Pops. You know, like we love
one
Marvel.
of the original topics for this video was getting hyped for Shang-Chi.
Yeah,
but I kind of agree. I'm not tired of Marvel movies. Don't get me wrong. I'm just as excited for the next superhero big bash that I was this time last year and the year before that, since
yeah,
Iron Man.
and I love everything they're doing
But
between the shows and, you know, the movies.
The more I get into films and the more I prep for film school, uh, the more I do more appreciate the art of something more grounded, something more artistic than just
artistic. Yes, absolutely.
than just another.
And I'm afraid, you know, and I'm afraid to see the Nolans of the world, the Finchers of the world, the Tarantinos of the world. They're becoming fewer and fewer, you know. Take
okay.
okay, here's a real good example, and I know you're gonna hate this. But a while back, to give some context to the viewers, we tried to create a book club in our Discord, and it utterly failed, big time. Probably failed because the very first book we chose, we did not realize what we were getting into. We did not realize we had to learn another language. It was the equivalent of choosing to read Rosetta Stone. I apologize. I still have not finished the book. And it's been almost a year now.
I don't think he's opened it.
I have.
I even downloaded. Okay, just to give some credibility to my anger, I even bought the audiobook.
I actually bought 3 versions of this so me and my wife could have it to read. And, you know, one of them was a digital, like, ebook. So I'm right there with you. But
well, I bought the audiobook and uploaded it to everybody in the Discord server on a
so for
Google
people
Drive.
who couldn't get it,
and Jacob literally still didn't listen to it.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I will get to it. I will finish it. I really need. We're running out of time. I need to finish it. But what we're talking about is the book Dune. It's Frank Herbert, right?
Yeah.
Well, one of my favorite directors, Denis Villeneuve. I know I butchered the crap out of that. You know, the one who made Blade Runner 2047, Arrival, Prisoners, another fantastic Hugh Jackman movie. He's coming out with his version of Dune. And I read several articles on it. And when I saw the trailer, man, oh my gosh, I was pumped. I would say I was more pumped than when I saw the first trailer for Endgame. I was like, what is this? This looks amazing. I had no idea what Dune was. I never saw the David Lynch version at all. And I had read more articles on it. I found out it was a book. And I was like, we got to read this book. We got to read the book before we get it, like, you know, it ruined by the movie for us. And the book's not going to hit the same. But I read that since, you know, reading it, somebody who has read it, it is a massive book with a lot to tell. And the director, Denis Villeneuve.
There are a lot of words.
Yeah, big time. But he said, there's no way. If I'm going to do this, there is no way I am doing this in one movie. It has to be 2 parts to actually get the full book. the full first book. There's like 8. Well, guess what I read? The entire standing on whether or not the sequel, the part 2 of Dune, gets greenlit to be made is solely dependent if the first one does good.
I hate this. Okay, so one of my favorite types,
and it's not Marvel,
is actually one of my favorite types of movies is actually book adaptations. I've always loved them. I know the book is always better than the movie. Yeah, I know. I've been burnt by some, but I just love it because you spend like weeks poring over a book, getting to know the characters super well, and then you get to see somebody's rendition of what that would look like.
Right, you created it in your mind first.
Yeah, I always loved it. I always loved seeing somebody else's version of the world that I got to see for a couple weeks. And
or in my case,
so
a couple
when
years.
When I heard that Dune was coming out, after I finished the sections of the book that we were supposed to, that I'm still waiting on other people to catch up with, is okay, I'm excited to see like who gets cast as which character. Is this person going to look as evil as I think they should look?
Right.
Things like that. So I'm still excited for the film. I hope it gets greenlit because
but for some,
would not like another Aragon situation. But Aragon was bad for multiple reasons.
Aragon the Dragon books. Okay.
Yeah. I loved those books as a kid.
Yeah, but doesn't that piss you off? You know that because nobody's you know that's not going to get the audience that a Marvel movie would. You know it's not.
Of course not.
And the director has been he's been steadfast in saying, no, you have to see this in a theater. This is the way to experience this movie. Because, not everybody has like a 82-inch flat screen TV with full-fledged surround sound and the brightest colors. Theaters have that. Theaters have what you can't have in your home. And he says you have to experience it that way. I do not want to put it on streaming. Obviously, he's losing that battle.
Yeah, eventually it'll just go there. I mean, I don't think he's wrong for trying to push it. I know I'll go to see it, and I hope it gets as many people as he needs to get the second one greenlit. But I just think it's bad on.
If I have to go see it 25 times in order for him to get a greenlit, I'll do it. I will do it.
I just think it's bad that studios are not making films to make films. Everybody wants to have
a printing press,
steady income, easy cash cow, and that's not what got us here. That's not what made movies special.
That's not what movies should be. Obviously, yes, make money, but
it's cool to see that Marvel's able to make billions of dollars. I mean, that's sick. From a comic franchise that I grew up reading as a kid, sick. But if they had to turn Citizen Kane into an extended universe, I probably would have just stopped watching movies.
Right. Yeah. Like if I had to see, Titanic 2, The Ship Rises. Like
actually there was a Titanic 2.
I know I did know actually, but like, I have not. I have not seen it.
Okay. We have to watch it.
Yeah. We need to make it like a section where it was like terrible movies. But
it's not terrible. It's not good.
Titanic did not need 12 movies. It didn't. No. Here's a great example. I personally do not think Avatar needs 6 fucking sequels.
Okay.
That is ridiculous. I thought that was a good one and done.
So the thing with Avatar is Spielberg is not making those for fans.
First of all,
Uh, is that not
it's
Spielberg?
not Spielberg. It's James Cameron.
Is that James Cameron? That's right. He's
That
the
is.
crazy guy. Okay,
See
I forgot.
see what
My
Marvel
bad.
is doing to us as
See what not being prepared for a podcast is doing for us, because I'll tell you, I'm not prepared.
I think specifically you said
I
when we
wrote nothing
started was I don't need a notepad. I'm gonna freestyle. And I was like, deal.
Hey, and I'm gonna do it next week too.
Yep.
Uh,
Every single time. Spielberg
but
made is every single movie out there is Spielberg, right?
yeah,
But
every
yeah,
single movie is a Spielberg except the Tarantinos and the Nolans.
right, yeah. Gosh, Tarantino, man. Talk about,
But no. He's making them for himself. Like, it's just he wants to live out his Avatar fantasy. Let him.
that's
I'm
fair.
not gonna go see him.
That is fair.
Can you give me the name of one character from Avatar?
Yeah, Jake. Because
I don't know if that's right.
Jake Sully is the main character.
I literally just have to take your word for that. I remember nothing about Avatar other than the fact that when I was a kid, I thought it was going to be about the cartoon that I was watching.
I did too.
And then I went to the theater and it was not about a small Asian child. And I was confused. And then I got it and I was like, oh, that was
what are all these blue people?
Yeah.
Where's Aang?
Where's
the whole movie? You're just like, where's Aang? Is Aang gonna show up?
I was like, when do we get to the bison?
Is this? Yeah, this is like, what is this? The prelude to Avatar?
Yeah.
But look, those two, look at Titanic and Avatar. They were original ideas. I mean, obviously,
That's probably how I got Spielberg in my head.
Obviously they were based off of something. Titanic was a historical event with fiction put into it, and Avatar was pretty much the story of Pocahontas. However,
That was all James Cameron.
Yeah,
I said
James Cameron made both of those.
Apparently, I just don't know what he's made.
Who's James Cameron?
I have no idea who James Cameron is.
Terrible. You call yourself a film,
no idea
and you're going to film school. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad I saved you with that. You would have been like, hey, my favorite movie is Titanic by Steven Spielberg, and they would have been like, you're expelled. Please leave.
Sorry. James Cameron, if you watch this, can we get 5 gifted for knowing who you are now?
I already knew who you were. I followed your work. I'm a fan. But those two movies for years, like decades, a decade, held the 2 largest grossing movies of all time. Until, guess what?
End game.
And Doritos. Endgame. Marvel's Endgame. Knocked him down.
Okay, but let's be honest here. That was a pretty good movie.
I agree. I'm not saying it wasn't.
It was a really good movie.
And they totally earned it. But I do not want to lose my Titanics and Avatars and Tenets and Reminiscence and things like that because of Marvel.
Apparently, we can just lose James Cameron.
Pretty much to Avatar, yeah. Because that's the rest. He's old.
No, we can literally just lose James Cameron. I have no idea who he is, apparently. And
okay.
I've chosen that he does not exist anymore.
Wow.
That's what I've chosen. He's not real.
They used to call him this is just something I'm saying. The god of sequels. He made 2 of the greatest sequels ever. And movies, the first one, yeah. But yeah. Aliens, the sequel to Alien, Ridley Scott's Alien. That's him. Revered to be amazing. And Terminator 2, Judgment Day.
Oh, that was him?
Yep. But yeah, I
Crazy how I've watched a lot of his movies, but have no idea who.
this is, man, Spielberg's all over the place. But
Oh man.
look at somebody like Steven Spielberg, you know, and the George Lucases.
Yeah, look at him.
They were constantly, yeah, they did make franchises, but they were constantly inventing new things, and they were making mass amounts of money. And they would do something like, Star Wars. Star Wars changed the world. They made, those two got together and birthed the love child of the Indiana Jones franchises. And they became so successful in their time that even to today, they're like, man, how can we still print money off of established franchises? They're still making Indiana Jones. They're still making Star Wars, but you're not getting your Jaws anymore. You're not getting your Saving Private Ryans. You're not getting your American Graffiti. It's Marvel.
So it just kind of comes down to eventually other film goers are gonna get tired of Marvel. Like it's so like that's kind
Well,
of.
I mean, look what Scorsese's already said about it.
When I heard that Marvel was going into a phase 4, part of me was excited. Do not get me wrong. I'm a comic book junkie.
I specifically remember you going, why? Like,
But
Endgame was the love letter. It was done. It was the perfect topping.
You could have ended it. Because like my whole thing is like eventually film goers are gonna get tired of Marvel movies. They're gonna get tired of superheroes. It's been a thing for 10 years now. And eventually people just aren't gonna care anymore.
You think?
Like,
you don't know.
And it's just gonna fizzle out. No, eventually it will just fizzle out.
I don't know. You're looking at a generation that was born during the birth of the MCU. You and I, we were already, pretty much grown-ups. We were adults, not grown-ups. We were adults.
No.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we were even.
I was in middle school.
Yeah, we were young kids. Well, I don't. 2012 is when I really consider Marvel took off. The first Avengers movie. That's when it was like, okay, this is what this is going to be. This is their plans. So yeah, 2012. I just became what considered an adult. And you have a whole generation below us that are younger than us that are, this is all they know. Because they're not seeing the other stuff because it's not getting put out there like the Marvel and the DC movies. So if those go the way of the dodo, they're never even going to know they missed anything in the first place. The only thing that is bringing back relevance to the younger generation that there are other movies than Marvel and DC are streaming platforms. Like, oh my gosh.
Like I don't think your fear is like completely invalid. I just don't think it's as realistic. Like, is there a chance that you're absolutely right on this? Yeah. I literally can't say you're not.
Yeah, in our lifetime, we could see the end to original movies, and we could see the end to theaters. It's a big possibility.
But I also don't think that's where we're headed. I just don't think that's what's going on. I think.
My gosh, look at all the streaming platforms.
But there's still so much more. There's so many more ideas that people have that they're going to put out because there's always going to be things like Sundance. There's always going to be a place for directors to put their movies, whether or not they're backed by a big studio. And if it gets to the point where actual films have to go on Kickstarter.
Yeah,
Fine.
indie
I'll
filmmaking
take
is
what I
what
have.
it's gonna have to take. It might go to that, where you're not gonna get Warner Brothers or I don't know why I'm blanking on everybody else. You're not gonna get these giant movie companies that are willing to give you millions and millions of dollars to make these grandiose films. But you know what we're gonna lose in that process? We're gonna lose the ability to see filmmakers take that amount of money and create amazing worlds. Because I love indie filmmakers, but if they had the profits of like the Nolans, imagine what they could make.
I mean, there's
Well,
still going to be a place for that, because if like, let's say, I was directing a film, right? If I went over and I asked Marvel for a deal for one movie, I do their movie, I take that money and I put it into something that I actually want to make,
yeah, but all you're
I
doing
mean,
there is
there's
fueling
still
the
gonna be a
machine
way.
still. You got to go to Marvel in
But I'm
order to
saying,
make money to make an original movie. Please,
like, I'm just
Disney.
saying,
Please, just one more scoop.
there's, there's always going to be a way. And uh, you know what else always has a way? My segues. My segues always have a way of being bad.
Yes.
So you read a book recently.
Uh, no, I didn't. I did not read it. I heard about it, but I do know. The history behind it. The book, because your segue was so bad it caught me off guard. I wasn't on the right tab. I was staring at a poster of Reminiscence here and just crying a little.
Yep. The movie we didn't talk about whatsoever during its segment.
Right. Just before we branch off of it, I'm excited for Reminiscence. I'm going to go see it. But yes,
I'm super excited. I love Hugh Jackman.
I love the
I've always loved Hugh
Nolans, and Lisa Joy.
Apparently I like them. I didn't know that I did, but apparently I do.
You do, just like you liked Cameron, but didn't know who he was.
Who?
Exactly. However, the book is, and it came out 2 years ago, but I just recently in the last couple of months had heard about it, and it is called Chaos. Chaos, Charles Manson, the CIA, and the Secret History of the 60s by Tom O'Neill. And apparently, from what I do know, because I'm going to get the book, I have it ordered already, and it's on its way. It's taken forever. It is a 20-year in-depth look into the Manson family murders. And apparently there was way more to it than just what the media said. Involving, ideas that, maybe it wasn't just a random act of violence as we thought. Maybe this was something planned and thought out very well, and that involved officials, higher up officials in our government industries, doctors, scientists, government agents, that actually worked on mind control serums and drugs to get Charles Manson and the Manson family to see how the effects of this mind control drugs and experiments would go. And if anybody knows the story of the Tate LaBianca murders and Charles Manson and all that stuff, absolute tragedy. Quentin Tarantino just made a movie about it. I loved loved his version of it. You know, it was a magical retelling of like if our world was a perfect world. You know, this is what should have happened. But unfortunately, life sucks sometimes, and a lot of bad things happen. However, what sucks even worse is when we are told about tragedies in life by officials we're supposed to just trust completely, and then come to find out journalists and investigators who've spent chunks of their life researching it further and going in just dark places and in depth to find the truth, finally come out and say, hey, don't believe everything you're told. Do your own research. Do your own studying. And that is one thing that really intrigued me about this, because this book insinuates that they were not random acts. They were not random murders. There was devious characters behind the scenes. Characters in the CIA. You know, things involving MK Ultra. All of that. Mind control. And the fact that, you know, innocents had to pay the price just so some people in some lab coats and suits and ties could do their experiments is just awful. It's awful to me, you know, and it makes me wonder.
I don't know if I buy this theory. I'll wait for the book to come out. And
well, the interesting thing about it is it's not a theory. This guy spent 20 years finding hard evidence proving that this is not just a theory. This is not, and a lot of people are going to be like, oh, this is a conspiracy theory, you know, nutcases, things like that. Yeah, absolutely. I thought so too. And I actually, I heard him on a podcast, and he went through and he told pretty much the 20 years and what he had to do to find this information and why it took him 20 years. So originally, from what I know, and just, you know, listening out and what I can remember, is he's a journalist, and he was assigned to write about the Manson family murders. And he said, why? You know, it's old news. What's relevant about it now? Why should I bring it up? And he didn't want to do it at all. However, when he started, you know, just writing the article, he was able to get in contact with some people who actually were still alive during the time and that were involved with the case and the experience and the victims. And bit by bit, as time went on, I guess they got a little more lenient on their secrets and, you know, hiding things, because most of the people that were around that would have came after him were gone, were dead, were gone. You know, they passed away. So once he started to realize, hey, there's some hidden things here, you know, he dug even further, and it led him into a 20-year journey and hunt to find all this information that our government, you know, the CIA and everything, was connected to Charles Manson and the Manson family. And there's numerous amounts of evidence that prove it. And time again, that no matter how many times he got put in, you know, in jail or anything, that he always got out so they can continue their research and study on these mind-altering drugs and formulas to see what they can do. I think it's fascinating.
I'm gonna be honest. I still don't buy any of it.
Why,
just
though?
Being honest, I don't buy any of it. That sounds.
What gives you any reason to doubt it?
because it sounds so much like a conspiracy theory.
But what makes you think that
It
every
just sounds like
conspiracy theory is not true?
crackpot. I mean, it just sounds like a fantasy. Someone to try to make sense of a situation that was senseless, right? Because like if you want to attribute some big bad CIA evil to it, when it's realistically more likely that Charles Manson and some drugged up hippies murdered people. And I mean
Right,
that
but
just seems
what
more
they were getting
realistic to
drugged up
me.
with is what's interesting.
I mean, if the book provides some solid evidence
Absolutely.
to me,
From the podcast, he listed out sources, hard documents stating outright facts, names, places, dates, events, people that
I
are
mean, if
tied to the government that had encounters
you'd
with
have
Charles
to link
Manson.
that to me. You'd have to link that to me at some point, so I could, see it. Because like this is the type of stuff where take the information that he's saying
And
and see if I
cross,
can verify that
yeah,
with a third party.
right.
Yeah, because like this is it's a lot to accuse, and like I feel like it just needs to be tested. Like it needs to be held to a higher standard than just okay, yeah, you know.
Absolutely. Oh, I
And I'm
totally,
not I'm not
totally
saying that
agree.
I'm not saying that it can be true because like we all know our government does shady things, and it always has. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you sit on.
Well, you don't become
Uh,
one of the largest superpowers in the world without doing some shady things.
Yeah, I was just saying like it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you on. Whenever either party had somebody as president, they did evil people things, and
Mhm.
it's just how the world works.
I
And I'm
don't
not
even
saying
think
that
it's
it's
what party
impossible.
you're in. There's people that are you know behind doors that the president doesn't even know about. Things going on. The president is not the end all be all. Everything comes through the president, and it's approved through our president. There are numerous a name just went out of my head, organizations and experiments, things going on that the president probably has no idea about whatsoever.
So when it comes to stuff like that, one, I was just throwing that out there, so I was like, hey, all politicians are a little bit evil. It's nothing like I was just going out of the way to say like
All
it's not Democrats
politicians are
or
evil,
Republicans. All politicians are at least a little bit evil.
or
Um,
crazy. Yeah.
mm, you can use crazy. I'm gonna use evil.
Okay.
Um, and like at the end of the day, like, would I be surprised if some evidence came out that indicated some corrupt politicians doing things to, further their own goals? Yeah. Do I believe in mind control? No. Like it just under no circumstance do I believe that there's any chemical combination that can control my mind.
I wouldn't say so
I
much to
know
the
that
point of
I know
where you're
there's
thinking like movies where like how like Hollywood
well,
portrays
no,
it.
I know there's a drug that gets used I think in South America. I'm not trying to be wrong and guess a region, but I do believe it was in South America, and it's just a dust that they blow into people's faces, and it makes them like really susceptible to just like, hey, come here, hey, unlock your door, hey, give me all your stuff from your apartment, hey, load all that stuff into my car, hey, go to bed, you know.
That's what else would you describe mind control, buddy?
But I mean, I just still don't believe in like mind control. I mean, that's just susceptibility, and it wears off after a couple
Somebody
hours.
can blow a powder in your face and then go, please unlock your front door.
Yeah, at least
That is
at least that's what I
controlling
saw
that
on like.
person's mind. All
I'm just saying,
faculties.
I saw that on like Gangland in high school. I have no idea if that's a credible source uh, of
But
information.
we do know
I'm
that
just
there
saying.
is numerous mind altering drugs out there and chemicals.
Yeah, yeah, mind altering. I just don't know about mind control.
Well, if you can alter somebody's mind, you're controlling it to think differently. Would you not agree?
I mean, who knows, man? Maybe the drug that they were using was just uh
I mean, look how powerful, like,
never mind. I'm gonna end that sentence because there's no way to say it without getting demonetized.
what, by actually naming the drug?
Yeah. I was trying to think of a way around it, but yeah, no, I can't.
Well, there's a drug out there that's very famous as an acronym. I think we all know what it is. And that has major mind-altering effects that have been proven in numerous studies, to the point that where people have been completely out of control of all their faculties. And that's been proven in our military.
Okay. So, like, with stop. With that specific thing that you're talking about, like, there's also a lot of like boogeymen that, oh, when you take it, you'll have flashbacks years after you take it. Oh, you know, you can't ever drive again if you take it, just in case. You know, you
I know what
do
you're talking
too
about,
much and you'll, yeah. And like, you know, 90% of it like doesn't happen to anybody.
Well, show me that statistic.
Like, it's not a real statistic. I was just saying, like, they're uncommon. They're not super common.
So let me ask you then, if whenever you do come and read this book, because this would be a book I would like to talk about in our other videos, Library Road. If you read it and you're able to validate a lot of the sources and the information and facts behind it, what then would be your thought process on the whole event of what happened around the 60s involving the Manson family?
I mean,
that it wasn't just some random senseless act of violence.
I don't know. I don't know how that would change my worldview, because right now, I genuinely don't think that it's my opinion is going to change.
I think that
it's hard for me to predict what it might be like, because I'm already just at a stance where, like, I don't believe this. So any sort of prediction I make just isn't going to hold too much weight to it.
Well, so, if it does, if it is true, and the facts do, you know, his sources turn out to be factual, then I guess at that point we gotta.
Information is credible, then 100% I'm gonna want to come back and talk about it.
Right, and
it all comes down to his credibility, the credibility of the witnesses that he says he has, and the evidence that he says he has. If it's solid, sound, and hard evidence, then yeah, I'm gonna want to come back and talk to it. But if I read this book and it's just another tinfoil hat, you know,
I think what would be real scary about worldview change is about if this book is true and everything he says in there is true, then we have to ask ourselves, okay, well, if that kind of stuff was happening in the 60s with the technology and resources they had then, what in the world is going on now that we don't know about behind closed doors, in dark alleyways, things like that? What have we already been told that we will be like second guessing now?
I mean, look at the Snowden incident.
What specifically about it?
No, just the whole incident in general. What was going on with
when he brought out all that information.
Yeah,
right. That was a huge revelation.
I mean, and then shortly after the WikiLeaks situation, like, so there's always shady stuff going on behind closed doors, especially in governments.
I think what's interesting though is,
I mean, it's no secret
when that kind of stuff is revealed, like Snowden and the WikiLeaks, nothing happens. Nothing changes, really. It doesn't.
No.
Like, no
'Cause it's
matter
hard. It's
how hard you dig and find the truth, it does not upset the natural order of how our world or our government and country is run.
And I have some great theories on that. But I think you'd have to check out my Twitter for those. I don't think I want to talk about them here on the podcast.
Right.
But I have some good theories about why that is. But most of it comes down to people would rather sleep with the devil they know than the demon they don't.
I think people are, you know, like to have blinders on. They, I wanted, you know, just let me wake up, live my life, do my checklist of the day, and go back to bed. Don't upset that balance. You know, don't rip me out of my reality and my comfort and tell me there's lies out there. Because for one, I don't have the time nor the energy to deal with it.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Interesting book.
And
I think we should read it. And we'll talk about it, you know, privately, and then we'll determine whether or not if we should make a video on it. And be as cautious as we can on YouTube, you know.
So whether or not we're able to make a video out of it, one, it's going to come down to, because you sound like you already are very willing to believe what this man has to say, and I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I'm just saying that's the impression I'm getting. Versus me, who's coming at it kind of obstinate. So if I read it and I don't believe anything, you know, maybe a video of us trying to argue back and forth would make sense. But what I'm kind of worried about is what all is in the book, because if there's a way to have this conversation without us having to debate on politics, then that's the conversation I would like to have.
Talk about things that could get us demonetized.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've already talked about this off camera that we don't want to get into too many political things. And I agree. I think it's not good for either one of us.
Right. Well, I think what's interesting about this is it's not so much like we're debating political parties. We are debating a historical event, a true crime event in history that has ties, possibly could have ties to government agencies. This wouldn't be like, you know, this is not like, you know, debating whether or not the political figure you support is bad.
We're not talking about tax reform.
Right. Or
we're just talking about
presidential candidates or anything like that. We're talking about historical events that have been past, you know.
I agree. Let's get our hands in the book and then we'll figure out what kind of conversation we can have on it. Because right now I have no information other than what you've told me here today.
Right. And like I said,
a little bit that you said in the call we had the other day. But outside of those two, I don't have anything to go on. And from what I have heard, I'm not terribly convinced. I find nothing there that's actually a good place.
Well, I don't have any information to be like, well, here's this document, you know, or anything like that. Yeah. That was what he spent 20 years doing this. I literally 3 months ago heard about this. But this kind of like subject material, I love this kind of subject material.
I love like true crime, and historical drama. I do enjoy both of
those. Very interesting.
I don't know. To me, what was always crazy to me about like the Charles Manson situation is how he was able to turn like peace-loving hippies into murderers,
into monsters.
Like that always just astounded me, because I've always wondered if it was
how could
if they were on the drugs that are popular today, you know, the ones that are currently killing people today,
right?
And that's what I wondered, if maybe he got them hooked on them.
And what's interesting is there's not been anything else like that. since then, yeah, there's been like, cults, things like that.
And
But
that's another thing. That's another thing that makes it hard for me to believe the guy's story in the book, because there hasn't been other things like that. Like more people in Hollywood. Oh my god, I don't even want to say it because I'm afraid somebody will just go and start murdering people in Hollywood. But no one else like really gets murdered in Hollywood. Like who else like really famous has died in like strange and suspicious ways like that? Tupac,
Biggie,
that's all I got. Yeah,
right?
Tupac, Biggie,
Yeah.
and I
Well, that's the thing. I
I
think
am I'm
what's
afraid to say who killed Tupac.
well, it was the government. It was the aliens.
No, it was Suge Knight. It was 100% Suge Knight. What is he gonna do? He's in prison, I think.
I don't think he cares
don't know
about.
if it-
I don't think they give one thought about us. I think it's you. Yeah, it is like Hollywood and everything, but just because it's not happening in Hollywood doesn't mean it's not happening in places we don't know about. Like your small town towns.
I mean, then why wouldn't but if it was a government trial, why wouldn't they have started there?
Say again.
Why not kill
If it wasn't
if it was a government if it was like a government thing trying to see if they could like make killers, why wouldn't they start there? Why would they kill some of the most popular names in films at the time instead of Annabelle at the bank?
I mean, that's a good question, but we're not, like I said, haven't read it, so I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
mean,
don't
it's
know
it's
whether
fair
or not,
to not be able to take the conclusion.
you
I'm
know,
just kind of thinking out loud.
and who's to say? I'm not saying that it was the government that like hand selected the victims. I'm saying that and it's not even me what's saying, it's the author is saying that the government was involved with Charles Manson and involved with the Manson family. Whether or not they specifically picked out Roman Polanski's house, I don't know. And I don't know if he thinks that.
If this book would have come out and said,
Plus Hollywood back then
hey,
was a lot different. It's Hollywood now, it's like
yeah,
celebrities have like top tier security. Hollywood then, it was nothing like this had ever happened.
I mean, also like
you didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, like, maybe what I think would be more plausible is if they said like the government, the FBI was involved in a cover up. If that was like the tagline. And then it turns out like and Nancy not Nancy. Is it Nancy Pelosi? Am I thinking the right name?
Nancy Pelosi. That's
No, that is a politician.
That's a politician today.
Yeah. Oh my god, what was the director dude's name?
What director?
Wasn't the guy a director?
Who?
I don't know.
Oh, Roman Polanski.
Roman Polanski.
Yeah. You had me totally lost there for a minute. Roman Polanski. It was Roman Polanski's house.
It is now late for context.
It is.
Yeah. What I would believe is like if they were like, hey, yeah, FBI cover up, and then it turns out the dude had like a shit ton of drugs in his house, or a ton of like untaxed cash.
Well, I mean, if you know anything about
like,
Roman Polanski now, Roman Polanski is a terrible human being. Just not even stuff to get into right here and now. But on your own time, look up Roman Polanski and the things he's done. He's actually exiled from the country. He's not allowed to come back. I think he's dead now, but he was exiled from the country. And what I heard in the podcast from this author is there were a lot of things found. A lot of things found when they went and investigated the crime scene that was left completely out of the trials and completely out of records. So, but like I'm saying, I don't, I haven't read it. I would like to read it. Real interested in it. And if it is true, that's freaky. It is kind of freaky. Because this whole time, all we've grown up thinking was that they were just some crazy cult, crazy group of people that were taking drugs and did terrible acts, and it was just random. But if it turns out not to be random, that would be more terrible. I think they always, the famous saying is the truth is always stranger than fiction. So who knows? But I think once we read this, I know I'm gonna read it, and then once I read it, then I'll be like, hey, I think you should read this and everything. And if after you read it and maybe a couple others, we'll have a discussion on whether or not we should make a video on it. But for anybody who's interested in true crime and history, I if you're interested in that kind of stuff, this book is probably right up your alley.
According to Wikipedia, he is still alive
and exiled. So
I didn't read that far down. I just went there to look and see if he was still kicking, and he is.
But yeah.
But I just want to take a second to thank anybody who has made it this far into the podcast.
Whoever you are a true trooper. Thank you.
Whether you're an audio listener or watching on YouTube, I just want to say thanks for stopping in and checking out the first episode. We're gonna keep making them, whether or not people watch them.
I mean, it's something we like to do. It's something we like to do.
Kind of like Marvel movies. We're just gonna keep making them, even if no one watches them.
If nobody watches them, you know what? When we get even more old and decrepit, I can at least go back and watch them myself and have fond memories and see how much I've either grown and become senile.
But also, come season 8, do expect a terrible ending. We hired some external writers, and they kind of have a rocky history.
Yeah, this is not going to end the way you think.
But no, realistic. Thank you. Please leave a like, share the video,
subscribe, tell your friends
if you want to hear more.
Absolutely.
On that.
And we're very, this is brand new for us. So it's very basic. We're just normal people, living normal lives. And then in our free time, we're just trying to, make things we like and enjoy. We got a lot of plans for the future of the channel and other plans that I won't even elaborate on yet that will go beyond the channel. But just if you do end up watching these and following us, we hope to bring you better visuals and hone our skills a little bit more. Yeah. It's a learning process.
There's some stuff already in the works to make things better.
Yeah.
But for now, for the first couple episodes, just like any good indie show, it's gonna be pretty rough.
Yeah.
But and hopefully the content is good, and then eventually the production styles will get better. The editing style will get better. But
you like to watch just
thank you so much for watching.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I hope this might be an inspiration to anybody who just kind of needs that extra push to get out there and start making their own stuff. All it takes is the will. Just try it. You're not going to be a Markiplier or a PewDiePie overnight, but if it's something you enjoy, believe it or not, in a planet of 8 billion people, I can promise you there's other people out there that enjoy what you enjoy and would probably want to listen to you and talk to you and see your content. Don't ever be afraid to try things because you think you're going to fail and look stupid. You have to learn from your mistakes and just keep going. I can't even tell you, just in this podcast alone, you're going to see multiple cuts. You're going to see lighting changes throughout. You might be like, man, these guys are all over the place. We're learning. That's all it is, you know? Just go with the flow, and if you have a passion for it, do it. Don't let that little voice in your head stop it. I let it stop me for years. I mean, you know, you can ask Lilith over here. Years we've talked about doing this channel and stuff, and I was like, man, what makes us think that we're going to be any different or anybody's going to enjoy this? And one of the greatest pieces of advice he gave me says, don't worry about whether or not other people enjoy it. If you enjoy it, then do it.
100%. Make content for yourself. If people enjoy it, hell yeah. But with everything being said, I would like to wrap the video up here. My voice is tired. I did not realize how strenuous this would be.
Yeah.
Next time I'm going to have tea. But with that being said, I am going to turn off my camera now. My name was Lily. My pronouns are she, her. Thank you for watching.
And I'm Jacob, and have a wonderful time. Thank you for watching.